2020 meeting of the Lynchburg City School Board is called to order. I would like to extend a welcome to the members of the community and the audience and watching at home, staff, legal advisor Hope Towns, and the media. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The first item of business is the agenda approval. I recommend that the school board approve the agenda for the February 4th, 2020 meeting. Is there a motion for approval? Dr. Gupta? Second. Dr. Gupta made the motion. Ms. Carter, second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any nays? Thank you. The next item of business is to amend the approved agenda to add the addition of amended personnel report to the consent agenda, and I think you all received a copy of that before the board meeting. Is there a motion to amend the agenda with the additional personnel report?
So moved.
Dr. Coleman, is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Brennan, any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Thank you. That takes us to special presentation. Dr. Edwards?
That is me, and I get the wonderful honor to recognize February as being School Board Appreciation Month and School Board Clerk Appreciation Week. So I'm just going to read the little summary. The month of February marks the annual observance of School Board Appreciation Month. The Virginia School Boards Association established this in observance in 1989 to encourage public recognition of the roles and responsibilities of our school board members and to highlight the importance of public education throughout the Commonwealth. This year's celebration, Excellence Through Equity, reflects the top priority of local school board members as they advocate for public education with local, state, and federal leaders on behalf of all of our students. Lynchburg City Schools is joining with other school divisions throughout the state to recognize the important contributions of our school board members, that our school board members make to their communities. The members of our school board receive no financial compensation for their tireless efforts, and this school board is one of the very few school boards statewide that has student representatives on it as well. The 9 members of the school board are appointed by the Lynchburg City School Council. Even though the special event shows an appreciation of school board members, members of the community recognize that their contributions reflect a year-round commitment. They are dedicated individuals who are committed to continuing success of city schools and students. And also, in line with that, recently VSBA Board of Directors designated the 3rd week of February, but we wanted to honor it now as School Board Clerk Appreciation Week, with the goal of building awareness of the role that school board clerks play in assisting school board members and superintendents in our local boards. Our school board clerk provides an invaluable service to our division and our community. So with that, I would like to celebrate our school board members, and I have, in addition to some gifts, certificates of recognition for each school board member from VSBA. Ms. Morrison, Dr. Coleman, Dr. Brennan, oh, they have them in order here, Ms. Carter, and Ms. Evans, Dr. Gupta, Mr. Harvey, Dr. Nillis, and Dr. Sinha. And in addition, we also have certificates for our very tireless school board clerk, Ms. Mercervi, and our deputy clerk, who is not here, Miss Barbara Saunders. So I have a certificate for her. In addition, you have at your table wonderful gifts and just little tokens of appreciation from our schools and our students. And I have a super secret box that I'm supposed to pick up and read from Sandusky Middle School art students. They used the 3 doodler pens to create these whimsical gifts, which I believe are in these cute little bags right here. A 3-dueler pen uses the same filament as a 3D printer, but the artist holds it like a pen and creates three-dimensional art. We are just learning to use this new tool, and it has been a fun experience. My students want to thank you for launching the next generation. We know that our future is brighter because of people like you. Thank you. And that is from Sandusky Middle School art students.
I would like to say thank you to all of you. It's a privilege to serve with you on this board and to know how hard you all work. It's a privilege to make such great new friends, and I value that. I also really appreciate our new board clerk and all that she does for us. And so because of that, we thank you so much for your service and commitment to LCS. We appreciate all that you do. And this is from the LCS board members and the administration. Now we move to special presentations, B2. I think Ms. Brown is going to lead this discussion.
Ms. Brown's returning from training in Richmond. So
Okay.
I have her notes of that. This evening, we're proud to announce the launch of a collaborative relationship with the Central Virginia Addiction and Recovery Resources Coalition. CVAR consists of concerned practitioners and citizens who have embraced the common vision and mission of seeking help with substance abuse and recovery. By developing a substance use prevention, treatment, and recovery network, CVAR identifies gaps in services, prioritizes resources, and reduces the impact of use on individuals, families, and the greater community. The coalition has been awarded a federal Drug-Free Communities grant. This grant is one of the limited number of awards given to communities across the United States, and Lynchburg is the only one awarded in the state of Virginia. The grant will bring up to $1.2 million to the community over a 10-year period. Lynchburg City Schools will be working with CVAR and the Drug-Free Communities Grant to create and implement a variety of substance abuse prevention activities in the community and in our schools. During the launch of this new grant on January 16th, Ms. Ann Bon-Gentry, who I think is here with us tonight, was recognized and presented with the Community Champion Award for her dedicated commitment to coalition efforts. And Heritage High School was recognized at the same event for their outstanding video for Red Ribbon Week, Going Clean. Ms. Kelly Edwards, an AP biology teacher at Heritage High School, was the producer and mastermind behind the school project, and I think we have the video to show.
So this is the second year that we've been a VPSS pilot school within the state. VPSS is Virginia Tiered Systems of Support, and we were a PBIS school before, but VPSS is a state initiative that combines the behavior that came from PBIS with academics and food.
Weed smoking is illegal. Any other drug is lethal. Drinking popping pills is evil, dog. Doing drugs is bad for the people, dog.
Gonna make you lonely. You'll be on the bottom, you'll be lonely. Everybody kinda has freely, dog. Don't you say you're sober, gotta show me. What you gotta do? Live a life that's healthy. Never have rehab, so they send me, dog. Just broke it off with the rehab, dog. Being sober is the best feeling, dog.
Some people say just a G, just a smoke a little weed. Doesn't mean that you can see. That's just what you just gotta go proceed. I don't show you on the screen. You just gotta go and do your thing. If we really, really please, we please, but you really wanna leave. And a bunch of people trying to bring down. Still won't get off of the ground. New lifestyle in a new town. Gotta beat the drugs and watch the show down. Headed by the kids from the top down. Alcohol and drugs are about to break down. Coming out the dust with the great crown. Whoa.
Maybe something dangerous that will get you buried. You get overdose, that's getting scary.
If you messing with these drugs, don't come near me. Stay sober and your life will be so merry.
You could really buy a Lambo. Be successful, nothing, make your money grow. Make it grow.
Your future is so bright, you already know. Ain't anywhere in life that you couldn't go.
For real?
She asks how you do this. Girl, I say sober, I don't miss this.
Any alcohol, yeah, dismiss. Act like all the other drugs don't exist.
People are doing good out here, yeah, no, that's fact. They ain't living it life too well, yeah, we know that's cap. Come on, don't turn on the gun, yeah, stay off that trap.
Class of 2020, back again, we going clean.
So the students wrote that and did the filming, and
Yes, they did.
it's great.
A lot of seniors in that video also.
I thought so.
So thank you. That's the presentation for this evening.
Okay, well, we'll look forward to hearing more about this as we progress. That takes us now to public comments section of our agenda. In accordance with policy BDDH, public participation, the school board welcomes requests and comments as established in the guidelines within that policy. Individuals who wish to speak before the school board shall have an opportunity to do so at this time.
What things she trying to get you?
I can't see to minimize, no, you're good. I need Dr. Nellis to move just back a little bit, and Dr. Edwards, if you would move back this way, I apologize.
We're so looking forward to the boardroom upgrade.
We are late.
I
There
think
we
the
go.
board needs
Thank you.
a lot more work.
I apologize.
That's okay.
Okay, we're good.
Are we good?
We are.
All right. Persons appearing before the school board will not be allowed to campaign for public office or promote private business ventures and should not use profanity or vulgar language or gestures, make comments about a public official or an employee that are not related to his or her official duties, engage in behavior that disrupts the meetings or intimidates others, or address the school board on issues that do not concern the services, policies, role, and/or responsibility of the school board. Individual speakers shall limit their comments to 3 minutes. A speaker representing a group shall limit his comments to 5 minutes. The representative shall identify the group at the beginning of his or her presentation. A group may have no more than one spokesperson. The total allotted time for public comments at school board meetings is 30 minutes. Public comments are reserved for the public to provide input. The board does not respond to comments, answer questions, or otherwise engage in discussions at this time. And we are full tonight with comments, so we're going to really stick to the time allegations. All right, Mr. Flood, you're speaking as a group of Rescue of the Youth.
I'd like to thank the school board once again and Superintendent Edwards. I haven't been to a couple of these school boards recently because I had some pre-engagements otherwise. But what I gathered that y'all finally came up with a decision after 2014. I know it's about 5 years going on, a little bit longer, but I thank y'all for whatever decision y'all came up with. And I think it was to benefit the ex-offenders to volunteer. And I know it's not over. This is just beginning. I mean, it took this long to do it. I know we got a long ways to go to make it final. But I'm speaking about from the ex-offenders that's nonviolent. We need to start that now. I think after 2014, now it's 2020, it's time to make a decision to move forward with this ex-offenders volunteering that's nonviolent. We are just waiting. And one question I have, I don't know exactly how y'all gonna go about doing it, but the volunteer piece for ex-offenders, I hope that you consider letting people coach basketball, football, baseball, or be assistant to somebody that basically, I know y'all spoke before about making sure they was in eyesight, depending on what the nature of the crime is. And I think y'all had talked about case by case, and that's fair. Nobody want nobody around the kids that got a sex offender charge, or have some kind of dealings with kids negative. Nobody want that. All we want is a fair share that to show that ex-offenders can change with nonviolent crimes. And some with violent crimes, depending on if they had enough money, they might have been, charged might have been kicked out of court, or might have been dropped down to a misdemeanor. But they became a felony. And people look at a felony more than they look at the person. Get to know the person first before you prejudge. That's all we ask them. Give them a chance to volunteer to show that they can be upstanding citizens, helping the school board and the community, like a lot of us do anyway outside of this place. And all we want to do is just try to be a part. You know, we just like anybody else, made mistakes. Some people get caught, some people don't. Nobody's perfect. All we're asking is to give us a chance as ex-offenders, and the ones coming behind me and the ones before me. And I appreciate y'all taking out the time, and hopefully y'all can speed it up a little bit and come to a good decision. Thank you.
I just want to make sure that Erica Powers is not here. I think I received an, okay. Ms. Seseth? I'm sure I didn't say it right.
Hello, my name is Solveig Cheseth, and I'm speaking tonight regarding the anti-discrimination policy. I'm speaking on behalf of Virginia Organizing, because we believe that those who are directly involved in any possible policy change should be at the table when the decisions are made. We're glad for those folks who have spoken in the past board meetings, and we're glad for those who will speak later tonight. I would like to present, on behalf of Virginia Organizing, 4 points that we feel are important. First, your equity task force, the school board's equity task force, affirmed that this is a priority for them in terms of creating more positive attitudes in the Lynchburg school system. Secondly, each of you received legal opinions given to the Stafford County School Board this past July and August. We want to point out that the Stafford County School Board voted to add sexual orientation and gender identity to their non-discrimination policies at their September 2019 meeting. That policy is currently in effect. Third, the Attorney General issued an opinion in March 2015 that school boards have the authority to amend their anti-discrimination policies on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity. School boards do have the power to protect students and employees, according to the Attorney General. And fourth, Virginia Organizing worked with students and community members to pass similar policy changes in Charlottesville in 2000 and Albemarle County in 2001. We want to make sure that you know that no litigation has been filed because of these changes. In addition to those counties, Arlington, Alexandria, Falls Church, Fairfax, Loudoun, Manassas Park, Prince William, Norfolk, and Virginia Beach have sexual orientation and gender identity in their non-discrimination policies. So we're really not breaking new ground with our changes. These school districts rely on the superintendent and their staffs to implement the policy, including training for staffs. No student should feel unsafe in the schools. This proposed change would go a long way to help students and staff who identify as LGBTQ+ feel safer. We hope you send them a clear signal that they are important to you. Finally, on a personal note, one of our sons came out as gay when he was 17. Our bright, quiet, sensitive, talented son. It was in a large high school in Denver, Colorado. And in that school, he was the first. In 1989, he stood alone. And at the time, he didn't tell us, his parents, about the name-calling, the harassment, the times he was shoved against his locker or tripped in the hallways. And tonight I am thinking what a difference it would have made in his life if he had had the support of teachers and administrators, if there had been an anti-discrimination policy that was enforced. Thank you.
Phil Stump.
My name is Phil Stump, and I would like to speak about two matters. First, I also strongly support adding sexual orientation and gender identity as covered categories in all the portions of the LCS policy manual that pertain to non-discrimination. There must be the same policy for students as for personnel. I would say thank you to the members of the board who spoke in the working session on this matter, saying we should do this because it is the right thing to do. How children are treated is going to affect all of us because these children will become adults, and if they have been bullied or harassed because of their sexual orientation or gender identity, they will bring that pain into adulthood, and it will impact our entire society. I plead with you because of my deceased gay brother-in-law who endured the pain of being closeted and harassed in school, and on behalf of my transgender friends because of the pain they have experienced for so many years. The words of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. are particularly appropriate here. All mankind is tied together. All life is interrelated, and we are all caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. The specter of legal liability has been used too often as a subterfuge to evade this clear moral truth, and it is irrelevant here. The memos from the Stafford School's attorneys and the advice of your own legal consultant make clear that you have complete legal right to make these changes in policy. If you are wise in your implementation of the policy, you will not face any legal challenges. You will be wise if you leave this implementation in the capable hands of your superintendent, who is an expert on equity issues. This brings me to my second point. I urge the board to allow Dr. Edwards to pursue immediately the excellent procedure and pilot program that she developed to allow returning citizens to serve as volunteers in the schools. I do not understand why the board commissioned her to do this, and then some board members backtracked in the last meeting saying they needed more time to consider it. 5 years is enough. My 3 children who were educated in the Lynchburg schools told me a lot about the racial inequity their friends of color experienced there. It is interesting that over half the students in LCS are African Americans, and yet only 2 school board members are. In the last school board meeting, Dr. Nellis asked for delay in implementing the policy, saying that some of his constituents had raised questions and concerns about changing the volunteer policy. This is the same Dr. Nellis who for years prevented any personal contact between Lynchburg citizens and individual board members. What is wrong with this picture?
Do you want me to respond? Ms. Vincente Gonzalez?
Hi, my name is Vicente Gonzalez. I also want to say that I also support the changes happening to volunteer policy and that we're waiting for the pilot program to go through. But today I'm here to talk about the anti-discrimination policy. I'm a graduate of EC Glass. I'm queer. I graduated 10 years ago, and it's been sort of difficult to advocate for this issue because it's sort of forced me to look back on memories that I've been trying to bury for the past 10 years. I faced a lot of harassment, a lot of abuse from both students and teachers. And the cause of that was really a lack of oversight and a lack of protection, which still exists today. So obviously I support the passing and reformation really of this policy, right? That includes gender identity and sexual orientation in the anti-discrimination policy. But I want to take it a step further and really push for the need of an LGBTQ task force. I'm a member of the Equity Task Force. This is my second year being on it. And just in my experience is that the Equity Task Force simply doesn't have the capacity to deal with this issue and all the issues attached to it. We have so much on our plate dealing with issues of race in our school, dealing with issues affecting Black students because there's such a resistance to address those issues. There's also a lot of failure of representation of other communities of color, like Asian American, South Asian American, Arab, Middle Eastern, Latino communities. So we have a lot of work to do, and the bottom line is that queer people aren't at the table right now when it comes to this conversation. All the decisions being made right now are happening within groups of people that aren't directly affected by this policy. And I don't want you to think that this is going to somehow take away from other issues of equity. You know, all the issues that are already being discussed are issues within the queer community because we're such a diverse community. You know, we have to talk about poverty. We have to talk about homelessness. We have to talk about the achievement gap in the school to prison pipeline. You know, this task force, which is LGBTQ centered, will address all those inequities, but from a different lens. So really my main point is that when different groups work together, we can solve problems more efficiently. You know, we don't have to fight over attention for our different issues. Secondly, I want to talk about, do y'all intend on doing some type of climate, like campus climate survey? Because just based on what we saw with the Vine Center, I don't want to talk about what happened with the Vine Center because it really doesn't matter at this point this year. But what we did see is the way that this group takes student input and how it analyzes that input. So basically, you're about to discuss this policy. You don't know how many queer students are in the school system. You don't know what they're going through. And in the last student survey, when queer students did come forward and expose themselves and give you their concerns, you ignored them. So when you do student climate surveys, are you always going to base the issues of minority students on what the majority says? Because in that situation, they're never going to win, you know? You need to address specific marginalized communities and speak with them and not let their protections rest on an overall majority that may or may not be indifferent to what they're going through. Just two questions before I run out of time. So I was a little confused at the last working session because y'all used the legal aid that was provided to Stafford County, right? But you also named 5 other school systems that had passed the policy. So I'm just wondering, why did you choose to use one school system that didn't pass the policy, which I believe did pass the policy, and ignore the legal advice of the 5 other school systems you named that did pass the policy? I also was a little confused about the conversation regarding religious freedom, that like protecting students, queer students, may somehow infringe on people's religious freedoms. I understand there is a case in the court system right now and that it's filed, but there should be a clear understanding of the separation of church and state, right? If having to treat queer students with dignity and with the humanity they deserve, if you believe it infringes on your religious rights, you need to be removed from the classroom. And there are plenty of religious institutions in this community that you can work at, right? So I just don't even think that should be part of the conversation. But like I said, just to overview, will you be forming the LGBTQ task force, and will you be doing a campus climate survey? Thank you.
Tyler Milton. Tyler Milton.
Good evening. The last time I stood at this podium, I was hopeful that our community would see Lynchburg City Schools taking a stand to protect the vulnerable, that queer children could go to school knowing that the adults would fight to protect them from harassment and discrimination. I was hopeful that the cries of the Lynchburg community would be answered. Now I'm angry, because you have answered. You have answered with hands thrown up, fears of hypothetical threats, and waiting. While queer children in Lynchburg City Schools must fear being who they are, you sit in this room debating their value. You have been given the statistics before, but I'll share them with you again. According to the 2017 Youth Risk Behavior Study, 33% of LGB youth report harassment as compared to 17% of their heterosexual peers. The odds for substance abuse for LGB youth are 190% higher than their heterosexual peers. LGBTQ youth are 3 to 5 times more likely to commit suicide than their heterosexual peers. Let's just think about that for a sec. Standing before you once again, I ask that you listen to me and to the voices of my queer sisters, brothers, and non-binary siblings. 1, change all of the student policy to include sexual identity and gender orientation. 2, make a plan to enforce this change. 3, create an LGBTQ task force made of queer individuals to help you, the board, carry out this plan. At last week's work meeting, the concern was brought forth that granting queer rights can infringe upon another person's religious rights. Just a reminder that the culture adopted through non-discrimination should be the bare minimum expectation for all Lynchburg students. And this does not come about by making the blanket statement, no harassment allowed, as a board member suggested last week. Specific policy makes specific identities matter. And so I leave you with these questions. Is the life of a child worth an unseen legal complication? Is the life of a child worth keeping the status quo to avoid rocking the boat? Is the life of a child worth waiting until it's too late? Thank you.
Jennifer Williams. Jennifer Williams.
Thank you. So I believe in second chances. However, I do have to say that I was disappointed with the board's decision to place the responsibility for determining the location of graduation back in the hands of the school principals. The mess they made of every aspect of the planning process does not inspire confidence that the second time will be any better. I'm sure that, other parents as well as members of the senior class share my concerns. To that end, I'm asking in the name of transparency that the principals inform the senior class and their families of how they plan to proceed, what their decision-making guidelines will be, exactly how students will be able to participate and make their opinions heard, and their timeline for a final decision. Many students and their families are feeling great amounts of stress due to the uncertainty of their graduation plans. Being informed of the process moving forward would go a long way to alleviating that stress and would be a good first step to rebuilding trust. I would also like to add that what I spoke about at the last board meeting has come to pass. my daughter and other students who bravely stood up to remind Lynchburg City Schools what equity inclusion really looks like are now being targeted on social media and in school by angry students and adults who continue to blame them for the changes in graduation plans. I have been, oh, and by the way, my daughter came out to the world at that meeting. And so now she's open to harassment for that as well. I have been waiting for Dr. Garrett to make a public apology and to take responsibility for his mistake in announcing the change before the contract had even been signed. And to make it clear that my daughter, Kate Staten, and others are not to blame. It saddens me to say that he has not yet done so, and I think it says a lot that he is willing to let children get harassed and take the blame. Thank you.
Jen Staten? Jen Staten?
Good evening. Thank you for letting us have public comment. Throughout the past year, I have renewed my commitment to volunteering and being an engaged LCS parent. I realized that I was no longer committing to the level that I did when my kids were in elementary school and decided that I needed to do better. I got involved again, now as a parent of high school students. I really started noticing the issues of equality, inclusion, and discrimination within LCS at seemingly every turn. At the school board level, there seems to be a commonality in many of the issues that have been brought to you recently. The commonality is that our most vulnerable students, staff, and families are being impacted the most by the lack of action. The volunteer policy that offers no hope of restorative justice to nonviolent felons has been shown to disproportionately affect Black men, has been getting debated for years. The anti-discrimination policy, to which the board cannot seem to reach a consensus on passing, is to protect our queer students and staff. The graduation venue debacle that has brought forth all sorts of concerns from many different marginalized communities has been a game of passing authority to make a decision around like a hot potato. In learning about these issues, I have been listening closely to students and employee voices. I've heard that they are facing bullying and harassment based on race, sexual orientation, gender identity, and much more. They tell me that the GSA at EC Glass can't operate and thrive, that students are facing violent threats from their peers both in and out of school. Confederate flags are worn in our schools to intimidate. I'm told that many of these concerns fall on the deaf ears of the principal when brought forward, or that students and staff don't feel safe in approaching him for fear of repercussions. When students do report, they are told that what they experience doesn't fit exactly within the LCS definitions of harassment, bullying, or hate speech, or that these are community issues, not school issues. They are left feeling like their concerns have been dismissed and disregarded. They are being gaslighted by administrators about their daily realities. Through all of this, I have watched the school board talk, adjourn, talk, send to committee, talk, delay, and repeat. Some of these topics have been in discussion for over 5 years. Well, I'm here to remind you all that justice delayed is justice denied. We are raising and educating children in an environment where they do not feel safe. We are asking teachers to go to work in an environment where they do not feel safe. This is all in conflict with LCS's mission and the responsibility to the community. Every moment spent calculating liabilities instead of calculating solutions is robbing our most vulnerable stakeholders of their peace of mind, justice, and a safe and productive learning and work environment. It's time to do better. It's time to take action on these issues. Thank you.
Sonia Harding. Did I say your last name right?
I'm sorry, what name did you say?
Sonia Harding?
Yes, that's me. All right. I'm sorry, I had 5 minutes? Thanks. All right. My name is Sonia Harding, and my pronouns are they, them. Gender identity and sexual orientation should be added to the anti-discrimination policy. It's the right thing to do. Protecting marginalized people is the right thing to do. During the work session, I was disheartened to hear people prioritizing litigation fears over protecting the safety of our queer students. It was also brought up that the Lynchburg City School policy already prohibits harassment on the basis of sex and gender, as well as demeaning personal characteristics such as sexual orientation, perceived sexual orientation, and gender identity. You are already liable. You can reduce risk of litigation by adding LGBTQ advocates in the schools, responding appropriately per policy to reports of harassment or demeaning behavior. You need to pay queer advisors to advise how to adapt the schools to be safe for our queer students. You need an LGBTQ equity task force, and because the current equity task force has not been able to focus on queer issues. Yes, the advisors require a cut of the school budget, but that cost will be minor in relation to the cost of a lawsuit. This reduces your risk of litigation and the social cost of LGBTQ students being in an unsafe environment. Yes, there is currently an open case in Virginia about misgendering, with a teacher arguing that it is within his religious freedom to do so. Misgendering people has been statistically shown to raise suicide rates and mental health issues in people who are victims of it. If a teacher is unable to perform their duties in a way that does not include harassment and abuse of students, they are not fit for that position. Would you rather be responsible for a lawsuit that involves a school system not protecting a marginalized person from harassment, or would you rather face a lawsuit because someone is insisting on their religious right to harass a marginalized person? Please consider, my child's pronouns are they, them, and I am raising them with freedom to learn and recognize their gender in their own time. I will also support them if they decide to attend your public school systems. I need the schools to be ready. I need my child to not be harassed. Thanks.
Concludes our public comments for tonight. That takes us to finance report. Ms. Laconich.
Good evening. I'm presenting the financial report through the month of December 31st, 2019. Our revenue budget has stayed the same as it was in November. It's just your original budget with the addition of those open POs that were allowed to roll over. With us being 6 months into the year, 50%, at this point we have received 38.77% of our revenue at $38,614,175.80, and our budget used is at 42.93%. I have attached the revenue reports and the expenditure report by function. I also have included the next section for our health insurance. You will notice that our administrative fees were $140,127.72, and our medical and pharmacy claims was $906,562.99. And our balance in our health insurance payable is $680,337.47. Now you may see that that's an increase from where it was in November. There is a new attachment. This is what was presented at the Finance Committee meeting, and that attachment will show, takes that November and it shows what's come in from the payrolls, the deposits, and then any of the claims that were paid. There was an adjustment that we made in the month of December due to the fact that we had those concerns over funding the claims, and we were able to look within the existing budget for anybody that we estimate who's going to be receiving health insurance. They may not opt to take it, so you still have that budget there, and plus you have the salary lapses. So we were able to do a transfer to get that so that it is more, it's funded to the point where it can fund those claims. Do you have any questions on that? I'm sure we'll be talking about it when we get to the Finance Committee section.
Can you tell me what's involved with the administrative fees? On their face, they
seem a little excessive for 1 month, but.
Well, it's made up of your stop loss. It's two things. It's your stop loss insurance fee, and then there's administrative fee, and it's based off of the number of people that's in the policy, and that's a per unit, and I can get that number for you. So it's not just the administrative, it's actually sort of the premium for that stop loss insurance as well. And I think that's around, that's usually around $30,000 to $40,000.
Every month?
Yes, ma'am.
So, talking about the monthly health insurance reports, I think we're all aware, particularly those of us that have a small business, how much our health insurance costs fluctuate and how difficult that is to predict. I think it seems to me from our finances that last year, as far as our health fund balance, we had about $1.2 million in excess that we actually put towards the general fund that we took back to the city. It looks like so far for the first 6 months we're negative about $70,000. I asked this once before, and I'm not sure, I might be not making it clear, but I think it'd be helpful if we could look at a comparison of what we spent the previous year compared to what we're spending this year, so we can see where is the increase in claims and where's the increase. There's no change in revenue, I'm sure that stays about the same, but where our claims are increasing and whether our trend is one of increasing healthcare costs, which obviously we can't control, but we need to be aware of, so that we can predict, if we're on a slide where we're going to need more funding.
So we did discuss that at the Finance Committee meeting, and we did the trend for the prior 2 years and the current year. Through December, if you look at the current year versus the prior year, our claims are about $1.7 million more than they were at the same time last year. If you compare it to the year prior, because we do know that last year was a very good year for us as far as having low claims, we're about $500,000 of what it was 2 years ago. So we do have that analysis that we did provide to the Finance Committee meeting, and we're going to continue to update and bring that to there, and if we need to bring it to the board to include it, we can do that as well.
I think that would be helpful for the whole board to have that so that we can see. Are you going to do that in your committee report?
I don't have to talk, but to supplement what Tim said, from in 1819 to now, our claims have gone up by 27.4%. 17-18 compared to that, our claims have gone up by 7 to 9%. But the other thing which you mentioned, we talked about in finances, when you look at the top line, additions, 779,000, that used to be 840 or 845,000. So I was told the board voted to reduce the employee contributions, right?
Correct.
And with the result, we are short of $70,000 there, month after month. So in a year, that comes out to be about $840,000 of less contribution to cover claims compared to previous years. Is that?
That is correct, and it's one of the things that we've discussed that in next year's budget we're going to address to make sure that is not a funding concern. I mean, it is very volatile, but to make the decision to bring it back based off of one good year, historically we know that it goes up and it goes down. So that is one of the things that we are addressing in next year's budget. We couldn't wait for next year's budget to solve what's going on now. So that's where we were very strategic and looking at those salary lapses, and we had the vacancies that or that they were filled at later in the year, so you had that gap when they weren't filled, that we were able to take that and put it towards the health insurance, because that's going to happen. I mean, those payments have to be made, so we wanted to make sure we were funding those.
Dr. Gupta?
One thing our employees need to understand, you look at the very top line is $196,000. So you divide an average of 1,000, it means the average payment per employee is about $196 a month for health insurance. That's a very good benefit compared to what we see in a private employer. So that's a excellent benefit LCS is providing to its employees. There's no way I'm advocating increasing that, but that's something which takeaway from the sheet will be that as LCS as an employer has excellent benefits.
I think it'd be helpful if we could send that sheet to the board. Do you have that you could send out so you could see it
It's
in comparison? Any additional questions?
Talking about the 3-year.
Yes, yes. Dr. Brennan?
Yeah, sorry, can you just clarify one other time? So the amount that was transferred in can you explain one more time where those funds came from, and also what the guidance is as far as transferring funds from one area to the other within the budget? How is that done?
So one you can look at, we looked first at the benefit, the health insurance, where it was already in the budget. So that those were where, if we had vacancies or some people made changes that initially that they had insurance and then they did not, they dropped it, that budget is still sitting there. So we were able to, it's for that purpose. The other thing is, as long as it's within the function, the administration can make those transfers. And it was done by looking at, if you had someone that, when we were doing the budget, was here and they made this amount and then they left and their replacement makes this amount, you have a gap, you have a surplus. Same with if you have a position that, we had several positions that weren't filled until mid-year, so that first half of the year, that salary budget was there. We did not use it for any other thing. So we were mindful and seeing the trend as it was going up. August and September were not bad months, but the fact that July was high, we're always on notice anyway. But with it being high and 2 months, we weren't willing to use it elsewhere. We wanted to be strategic. And then when you saw October and November and then December, it was an unusually high claims. And then we will bring you to the next finance to January, which are trending lower. So, hopefully the 750 that we've put in there will be enough, but we're continuing to look and just make sure we have that safeguard in place.
Right. Thank you.
Dr. Gupta?
One of the fears I had in the finance committee was if we had not moved that 750,000 from open positions, we'll be in red by about $187,000 this month in terms of what's coming in and what's going out. So that's not sustainable going forward, but if the trend is going down, then that's a very good news.
It is. I'm being cautious just because just the timing. We have our plan year starts January 1, and Anthem started a new system. So where they are trending low, I'm hoping that is the case, and I just want to make sure there's no delay in processing because of their system change. We do on February 21st have a meeting that will, with Anthem, where they'll go over the high claimants and just give us some trend history, so I can bring that back to you all as well.
I wanted to add she's shared in the finance committee, she has sleepless nights. She watches on a daily basis.
She's watching it carefully.
Yes. Ins and outs, so we really appreciate that.
I've already asked for this week's bills, and they reminded me they don't come out till Thursday. So
thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Any additional questions about the finance report? Okay. That takes us to the consent agenda. I recommend that the school board approve the amended consent agenda, which includes the January 14th, 2020 regular school board meeting, school board work session, December 17th, 2019, student discipline committee meeting minutes, November 19th, December 5th, December 10th, 2019, January 8th, January 9th, and January 15th, 2020.
So moved, Madam Chair.
So then Dr. Coleman made the motion, second by Ms. Carter. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Thank you. That takes us to the student representative comments, and we're going to hear from Mr. Garland from Heritage High School first.
Good evening. I hope everyone had a great day. I know it's been a relatively short time since we met last, but nonetheless, there's still some great things that have happened at Heritage. So, to start, our wrestling team has been doing some great things this season. They've all been wrestling really hard at all of their competitions, and recently they went to a rather rigorous tournament, and Spencer Goolsby got first in his weight class, Gavin Womack got fourth in his, and then Zach Ferguson placed eighth in his, and everyone else on the team also played really to their best ability. So our track team has been performing really well this year. Recently it was senior night, and here are a few of the pictures of our seniors that run track. And all of the people on our track team are really excited for the upcoming regional competitions and then hopefully the state competitions to follow. Taya Blake received, she's right there in the middle in that picture, and she received the Athlete of the Week award January the 24th, and that's a pretty big accomplishment. So recently, a few weeks ago, a lot of our athletes got to go to the Virginia Showcase, and while a lot of them didn't really place in their times, they set new personal records, and it's always great to see improvement throughout the season of our students. So, as we all know, the Glass Heritage game was last night, and if you were there, it was a pretty good game, and then Glass ended up squeaking out a win in overtime, unlike football season, of course, but still. Both teams played really well, and our boys basketball team as well as our girls basketball team, they've had quite the turbulent season, but we're hoping that they'll pick up things by regionals. And speaking of our good football team, we had 7 individuals recognized for their great accomplishments, and they were KJ Vaughn, Shantae Giles, Kyron Thomas, Spencer Goolsby, Brian Trent, Keyshawn Colbert, and Christian Rivera. And they were given all-state recognition, which is a pretty big deal. So in the early part of January, we had a few students that participated in an essay contest, and it was about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and they had to write about his impact. And we had 3 students that actually won, and their names were Marty Demopoulos, Victoria Johnson, and Taylor Morgan. And then, as we all know, February is Black History Month, and recently at the Miller Center there was a nice little kickoff event where a few of our chorus kids got to go and sing, and they all performed really well. And then this week is School Counseling Week, and in honor of our school counselors, we're going to go and get them free lunch one day, and they're going to get La Carreta, and then they're also going to get recognized Friday on Pioneer Spotlight, and they're all looking forward to that. And then the HBCU College Fair is coming up February the 15th, and it's at William Fleming, and a lot of our students are going to go and attend this event. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Murata from EC Glass.
Okay, so it's February now, and we're back. So as we already talked about, our basketball teams are doing pretty well. Last night was a very intense few hours as the boys team managed to squeak by with a win, which I was really happy about. I could not come back here saying that Heritage beat us again, so that was good news for me. And our girls team, besides I think one tournament game, is still undefeated. EC Glass also won. The girls team placed first in the district meet, and the boys placed third. And Mr. Frankfurt, our swim coach, also got Coach of the Year. And actually, back in my summer swim days, I had him as a coach, and it's really good. And EC Glass is lucky to have him helping out. Our JROTC kind of provided some security on the Boys and Girls Club Resolution Run, which was a few weeks ago. And so there you can see them kind of running in formation in the bottom left-hand corner, and then there's a group picture in the top right-hand corner. So they're happy to be there and happy to help out our community. We also had our snowball dance. So the SCA basically transformed the McHugh Gym into a awesome dance party. You can kind of see the picture there. It's a little bit difficult to see, especially with the lights off, but they put a lot of stuff in there. They spent a lot of work or a lot of time and planning to make it all come together, and so there were a lot of people there, and it seemed to be a pretty awesome event. And it is also Counselor Appreciation Week at Glass, and so there's all our guidance counselors that been really busy up until now, kind of trying to help the senior class get all their college stuff in and get everything set up for the next year. So we appreciate them and all they do for us to help us get through our schooling days. And there we go. Also, we had the event live streamed. I don't know if you saw it, but thanks to Austin Journey, which is an amazing employee at LCS. He spends a lot of time putting on stuff like this. And as you guys can see in the video here, it looks pretty professional, which is really cool. And so if you guys want to see the game, it was a really good one. If you want to go back and watch it, it's on the LCS YouTube channel. And we live stream both the girls varsity and boys varsity, so you can see both of those games. And also another really cool thing that's been happening a lot recently, our ITRT at Glass, Kat Phillips, has gotten a grant with the help of Ms. Ross Fanning to basically get these VR sets. And she's been going around to just about every single classroom you can think of. Kind of joke around now how she's basically the VR person now, because that's a lot of what she's doing. So what she does is she works with the teachers, and basically they make a lesson, and then the kids get to put on the VR goggles and kind of see that in not really a real sense, but kind of like being able to look through it in the scope of VR. So that's really cool, and that was thanks to a grant from the Lynchburg Education Foundation. And that's all I have.
Thank you.
Ms. Morrison, could I interrupt for just a minute?
Yes.
We got some times crossed up. We actually have the teacher from Heritage High School and a few of the students from the video we saw early in the presentation that were here tonight, and I wanted to see if you had a minute to just let them come in, let the teacher say a few things.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
The board agrees with that. Right? Yeah. Okay. Welcome.
Hello.
Hi. Oh, I recognize some of these faces.
So we had a mixture mixed up with the time. So we were told to be at 5:30. These guys are representing about 19 kids that you saw in the video on the drug. I'm their teacher. And I just wanted them to have the opportunity. I didn't want y'all to think they didn't show up. We did. They're super proud of their work, super proud of their video. And as their teacher, I'm really proud of them because you guys got to enjoy the finished product. I got to enjoy the work in progress. And what I loved about it the most is that when they were given the assignment and I told them that it was either all in, we were all doing it, all 19 of them, or not. And it was just really cool to watch them support each other and encourage each other. And the shy ones, bringing them out and getting them to do it too. And so it was just a really awesome experience. And so they deserve lots of credit for that. So. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No,
the
thank you
schedule.
very much. Dr. Coleman?
The message is so powerful, but I want to commend you all. You all are excellent dancers.
The message was powerful, and I know that we appreciate it, and I know that it'll get many hits on people watching it, and we might even take it to B.SPECIAL. See what they can do with it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morrison.
You're welcome. That takes us to school board committee. Sure.
So we were here about the video, which was it was amazing. I wasn't in the video, but it was amazing to watch. But we're here to discuss the issue with graduation and the location of graduation.
I'm sorry, we've already finished that part of the meeting.
Okay, I'll just come back next month.
You can come back. We meet again in March.
Okay.
We've already closed. We've already moved forward for that. We need to get back to our agenda. School board committee reports, finance committee. Dr. Gupta, do you have anything to add?
Share a few more things. I think the fund balance was approved. And do you want to do the breakup or do you want me to share these numbers? So 1.66 million was for CIP, which is already in works. 990,000 for operating budget. 1.122 million for textbook and 1.2 million was allocated for the task force. And as you see that projected budget for 2021, the key takeaways is their ADMs are down by 32 students. So, but certain things, other things have happened, and maybe you can explain the CI and the VRS.
The VRS rate has gone up. That's our retirement percentage. It went from the 15.68%, it's going up to 16.62%. So when you see additional funding, when we had brought that to the budget work session last week, the breakdown, those are funds that we have to spend to cover those areas. Same thing with your VPI, that's your preschool initiative. Those have to be targeted for your preschool students. So we had just discussed that in that meeting.
Yeah.
And maybe you can give the good news about Governor School. The two.
That'll come to us in the full budget.
Because it's baked into this budget.
Proposals.
Proposals, yes.
Correct. And there's another meeting in February the 11th. Thank you. All right, Governor School.
We have our meeting tomorrow.
Okay, great. Laurel is tomorrow as well. STEM Academy.
STEM Academy, our January 28th meeting was canceled, but there is a joint meeting of the STEM Academy Board and the Foundation later this month, and Ms. Sharon Carter's been nice enough to offer to fill in for me for that as the alternate. So thank you very much for doing that.
Legislative Advocacy, Dr. Brennan.
We have not met since the last meeting, but we have added a date on for our next meeting, which will be February 24th.
Okay, and that's not on our calendar, so you might want to mark it. February 24th. All these meetings are at 3:30. Advisory committees to the school board. Dr. Edwards?
Sure. We did have a couple committees that met, so I'm going to ask my committee leads to come up. Mr. Bryant, Ms. Reeves, I don't know if Ms. Bongentry is for School Health Advisory, just to give a quick 2-minute summary.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. The Equity Task Force met on January 22nd, 2020. Updates were given on the the work that is being done on the volunteer policy and the non-discrimination policy. The task force recognizes that work involving equity is multifaceted and it's ongoing. To this end, the task force discussed other priorities. We discussed the importance of everyone providing input, and we also discussed the format in which this input would be collected and shared in the form of recommendations to the board. With only 4 meetings scheduled, the task force agreed that a February meeting is necessary and that date is being determined. Any questions? Thank you.
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening, Dr. Edwards and board members. I'm Brad Bryant. I'm the supervisor of career and technical education. Thank you for letting me talk about CTE for just a moment. We had our career and technical advisory committee meeting on Friday, January 31st. With most meetings, we have some reports. We reports on some of student awards. We had a report on the STEM Academy. I presented a couple of reports. One report was about the federal program monitoring that is happening this year. And I also presented the budget for next year, the federal program, the federal CTE budget for next year, and that is an estimate that I presented to the board, and they will vote on it at the next meeting. One thing that I'd like to do to board meetings is bring somebody else in who will talk about something that maybe we don't know about, and for this meeting I brought in Ben Bowman from the Virginia Career Works, and he talked about a way that he wants to connect businesses with employers. And what he's going to start is a program that will allow businesses to log into a website and present their jobs and internships, and that will allow our counselors and our internship coordinators to log in and see what's available for our students. So it's a pretty good win-win for all of us. That concludes my report. Thank you for your support, and thank you to Mr. Harvey for being our school board rep and attending our meetings.
Attend a lot of meetings.
Logging them in.
Health Advisory?
Good evening, Dr. Edwards, board members. Health Advisory Committee met on January 22nd. We had 8 members present that day, and we did some update discussion about things that are going on in the division right now, like the James River Dental Clinic. The dentist is coming to see all of our elementary students whose parents have given permission and they are eligible for services. We also talked about the pillowcase project, which is the disaster preparedness project that we're working on for 3rd grade students. That'll begin in this month in February. And we also talked about, the health advisory was interested in trying to do a little flu prevention. So we put a piece on our LCS website that just talks about good hand washing as a reminder to everybody in terms of flu prevention in this flu season. The other thing that we talked about, and we'll have much more information on, I think all of you all have a CVAR brochure. We're going to be working with the coalition on the Drug-Free Communities Grant, which will encourage us to do some different things with our youth risk behavior survey. And the Health Advisory Committee will be involved in working on some of those questions and reframing how we do that survey with our students to try and do better prevention work for substance abuse prevention in the community. Are there any questions? I'll answer. Yes.
We talk about this current virus epidemic,
As far
as a preventive measure.
as flu, yes. Yes, we asked all of our nurses to do a little segment in their school buildings just to keep everybody mindful of staying healthy and doing a good job of washing hands and things like that. So, and we are right now counting our incidence of flu across the division in the event that it should become something to be concerned about. Right now it's relatively low, and we've been very lucky. But we do look at that on a regular basis, yes.
There was also a reminder from the operations side out to all custodial staffs and principals about enhancing our cleaning and the approved product that we know works against that series of viruses. So.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
That takes us to H, comprehensive strategic plan discussion.
Absolutely. So I'm going to invite 2 people up to join me, Dr. Coleman and Miss Letitia Elliott, because we're actually going to squeeze in 2 tonight. So I'm switching to order, Dr. Coleman. I'm going to let Miss Elliott come up first. As you see on your agenda, you see the 2 objectives, which we usually report out about our reading and our math. But we decided to start adding some other parts of our strategic plan to the agenda. And this is goal 1.61, which talks about our pre-K early childhood program. There were 8 strategies that we had. One was hire a pre-K coordinator. Ta-da! We hired Miss Elliott to be our pre-K coordinator. We have a pre-K school counselor at Hutchinson. There has been lots of collaboration between the city's early childhood committee, and I'd like to thank Ms. Elliott for her leadership in that area. We do have a pre-K ambassador program. We've moved to a single point entry to register students, and we've reviewed the pre-K curriculum and adopted the Frog Street curriculum. And we've had lots of training on the classroom assessment scoring system, also known as the CLASS system. So those were 8 strategies that were listed in our plan that we have actually met the majority of those strategies, and we continue to develop with the CLASS assessment scoring system and our implementation of the Frog Street curriculum. But I asked Ms. Elliott here just to give you 2 minutes of a little peek in the green bag and some stuff that we're doing with the program.
Good evening, everyone. And thank you so much, Dr. Edwards, for the opportunity to be here. My name is Letitia Elliott. I'm the pre-kindergarten coordinator for our wonderful Lynchburg City Schools. And what you are having the opportunity to look at is called the Frog Street Family Fun Pack. And this is a way to engage our families at home with their children on the things that they are being exposed to in the classroom. So this fun pack is an opportunity for children to strengthen their literacy skills, their numeracy skills, and then their engagement with their parents. In the fun pack, there are books with activity cards, that are fiction and nonfiction that relate to the curriculum. So parents have an opportunity to be exposed at home to what their children are being exposed to in the classroom. And then the children get to teach their parents what's going on. There are also beautiful visual cards like this in the Family Fun Pack, which has instructions for our family members on how to use these items with their children at home. There are manipulatives in there, math 10 frames, and just various items. So what the teachers are doing or will be doing in the different schools is sending home these fun packs with 1 or 2 activities at a time with instructions on how they can use it. And we're just excited to continue to evolve in this pre-kindergarten program with the Frog Street curriculum, with the class observations, and all that encompasses making sure that our children have everything that they need to be successful and prepared for kindergarten. So thank you for this opportunity.
Any questions?
Like to see some of the stuff, especially with family and community engagement work.
Thank you.
Student Road.
All right, Dr. Coleman, sorry for the
No, it's just
switcheroonie
fine.
there.
That was great. Thank you.
Take it away.
We are still continuing with our theme of linking our strategic plan to some of the school improvement strategies that are in place. Tonight we're highlighting Paul Monroe Elementary School. Paul Monroe, of course, is fully accredited and is, if I'm kind of skipping to later in the pack, that basically with their subgroups and their gap groups, they are level green, which is where we want to be with those. But that still being the case, we're still not satisfied with where we are. We want to be a little bit higher. So the school has still focusing attention on closing that achievement gap even more, and noticing that you do have a couple of groups that slipped a little bit. In looking at the scores with that, that's why we're focusing more attention back on that and changing a few of our strategies. The strategies listed on the front page were the things that we did previously in the previous plan. And some of those were things that we thought were being helpful, and then other things have been adjusted a little bit as we move forward in some of our strategies for this current school year, and what we hope will provide the scores that we're looking for and great student achievement. Continue to focus great conversations in our PLC meetings about students and their performance, and how to change our instructional strategies to better meet that. We've implemented IXL reading and IXL math this year, where we're doing diagnostics pretty much continuously with keeping a read on where our kids are and how they're performing. And then continuing to work with our benchmark readers and our level literacy intervention. That is how we work with our small groups in our elementary schools to ensure that kids get the targeted instruction that they need in the classroom setting. And still working with the Reflex Math program, and they're concentrating some effort in that building on differentiation of their centers. We're really, I guess our theme is really trying to tailor everything we do to better match up with kids' needs, and getting better and better at that each year, and looking for great improvement as we move forward. The other piece that I do share is looking at how we're represented in any of our advanced courses that we offer at our schools. And with the 5A math course, that's the accelerated math course, we do have 25% of that class is represented with black students, and where 60% is white. Did share with that on there that the total count in the building, and that building is 33% black students and 51% white. It's not quite where we want to be, but it's much closer to the percentages matching in that, with the students that are represented in that. So we're looking to identify our kids, and that's also part of what we look at when we look at our IXL. We're always watching for kids that need to be accelerated and get that little extra push to go on and do great things later.
snapshot data, like 19, 20. But what are our goals to reduce that achievement gap? You know, right now it's 25% and 60%. So do we have targets for next year or the year after, or we'll monitor situation as we go?
In this case, I'm not aware of the target for that. We've been working with that with the school improvement plan to bring it in line with what the demographics of the school are. So that's what I'm charging our folks to do with their school improvement plans moving forward, and they already start working on strategies to make that happen. But that's our goal, is to reduce that each year so that it comes up to where we want to be.
So Dr. Gupta, on the first page of the linking, you can see where Paul Monroe, I think under the bullet for math, you can see the last statements are where they're trying to get to for 1920. So an 83% pass rate to an 85% pass rate for African American students on there.
So that's what I was saying. Across the elementary schools, do we have a similar
Each
target?
school has their own school improvement plan, and it depends on the performance of children in that school. So yes, every school does have a plan, and in their plan, they, depending upon what their gap groups are, they do have goals for that. Did I answer your question?
Yes, because there are schools in different neighborhoods, you know, where we may have this problem worse than Paul Monroe in terms of achievement gaps. So I'll be personally interested in seeing the numbers for those schools, like, you know, RS Payne. So, and see where they stand compared to these schools, and then how do we reduce the gap between schools and within the school?
So yes, each school does personalize it for the students in their school, the severity of the gap, the number of students, the targeted instruction, the weaknesses as they look at what the areas are. They may be targeting different things depending upon what the areas of weakness are. So, and each time we've been presenting pretty much one school at a time, just to give you the information.
And funding is so critical to all of this. It's obvious that you're trying to put something together, but I guess to Atul's point, are there sufficient dollars for professional development to match what you're trying to do? How are we tackling the homework divide, digital divide with kids being able to do homework when they get home and so forth? So all of that is being monitored as well, Dr. Edwards.
Yes, we are, and as a matter of fact, as we're doing funding, or doing the budget for next year, one of the things that we wanted to be purposeful about is making sure that building principals had some flexibility to say, you know, in my school, these are the needs, and I need to target funds to meet these needs, which might be different than a different school, but having our oversight and monitoring to make sure that that is occurring. So.
Right. And it also plays into the individual Title I plans that the schools work on with that, which that's also part of the funding that they can use to address those needs as well, and that's specific school by school.
I also think you need to look at what's working at one school and with different groups, whether it's all students, Black, economically disadvantaged, English learners, disabilities, and because there are successes at each school, all schools have the same populations, maybe not as many, but things are working in some of the elementary schools, and I think it's definitely on us to make sure that that's being shared and that it's being implemented. I also had a question about the Orton-Gillingham training. We did that a long time ago, I think in late 1970s. Has that changed, or is it the same thing?
They've certainly updated.
I hope so.
Right. But it's definitely a phonics-based approach.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
Right, and that's something they feel very strongly about, and the schools that are were kind of first going into that are seeing good things with their kids. So they're wanting more and more of it every year. So we're trying to support expanding to be able to address.
I understand the phonics, but then we also have to look at the spelling, because we know what phonics will do to our spelling. Yeah.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Dr.
I should know this, but I don't. What do you mean when you say too small for students with disabilities? This sampling group is not enough for them?
The sample group is too small for them to they'll give us the number on a report before to count towards accreditation. That number's too small. It has to be above 30 for that to be, for them to be able to count it.
But we're taking care of the 29, 28, or 27
Oh, of
folks.
course, right.
And pushing for dollars for IDEA and all of that. This is some huge stuff, Bob and everybody around here, for advocacy, because we need to make sure these kids are getting what the government said they're supposed to have and continue to underfund.
Right.
True. Dr. Sinai?
Yeah, I suspect that the couple of the issues with the too small is, one, when you have a really small group, any change in one or two students makes a big percentage difference, which can lead you to either be overwhelmingly disappointed or overwhelmingly happy. And two, you don't want to risk creating a situation where any one student might be exposed for their scores. So you
That's
would want to
important.
repress,
Yeah.
suppress those. But I have a question. So we're in this particular building, 33% black, 51% white. So the other 16% are students of color or
They are other races
unknown?
represented, or multiple races that
Okay.
identify multiples. There are numerous ways to classify now, much more than there used to
Right,
be.
yeah. Would it be possible, and I appreciate that you added what the overall percentage is, because it helps us put into context where the actual participation percentage is for a particular class. Could you add a third column in there and just tell us where those 16% are in terms of participation rates? And to what extent do they either contribute to or alleviate any gaps, or how do they factor into that whole thing, or do they at all? The 16%,
That's a lot.
is a lot. Maybe this school's atypical in that sense, but from things I've seen, especially with the high schools, I don't think that that's the case. I don't know.
One of the challenges with two or more races, when
Right.
you're trying to look at an achievement gap, because which race, if I'm two or more, then I'm not counted in either of those. I'm in my own.
And that's based on the student's self-identified.
That is based on how.
Or how the parents fill it out.
I was going to say.
Registration.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, thanks. I mean, it's not a big deal, but I was just curious how that number compares.
Sure.
Going back to Dr. Coleman's point, I know year after year we have some challenges in terms of reducing that gap. And one of the challenges could be socioeconomic conditions, may require more funding. So is there any way to outline those for public, and then we can advocate for resources what's needed, because these things are looking at the output, but there are input variables which we may not, and I think that's what you're alluding to, that
Absolutely.
and so those, we have the strategies in place, but there are challenges we need to, as a division, we need to overcome.
Right.
And
Well, we certainly do have the information by school as far as the disadvantaged numbers. And that gives you an idea of the economic situation and the challenges that the students and the parents face.
Dr. Sinai?
I'd be, because those aren't mutually exclusive
That's right.
groups, and so it'd be interesting to see if there's a distinction between, where there overlap, so a student is doubly disadvantaged by being black and impoverished, and what's the overlap?
Or student with a
And
disability.
does that explain,
Yeah.
Of course, there are a million ways you can slice and dice this, so we could go through
Right.
it, but at any rate.
Mr. Harvey?
I just had a question. All of this is very good information. I think what Dr. Gupta kind of alluded to, which I think is a very important point. We are looking at a one snapshot of one school, and I kind of understand his point that, how does this impact all of our other schools, and looking at all of this as a whole. So one of the questions I would ask is, this type of information, will this type of information be available in a whole on our board docs, so that we can be able to look at each and every school at a single point? I mean, I appreciate what you're doing, and I thank you for, I mean, if we had this report from every single school in front of us, it would be the information would be a little bit overwhelming. But if we had that ability to dive into that information holistically all together, it would be beneficial to all of us. And I think that's kind of what you were getting at. So we could be able to look at all of this information in one piece.
So just a little history from Crystal, so before Crystal. One of the things when I arrived was we wanted more school-specific data, is what the board had asked me to do, which is why we shifted to bringing you a very detailed laser focus on just one school, so you could dive deep, because I think in the past, and some of you helped me, you had the everybody data, and I was told, no, that's not what we want. We want to be able to really look at schools. So these that we're putting together, we can certainly, when we get to board docs, stick them in the library so that they're all there. I mean, we've done Lincoln, Bass, Heritage High School. So we've done a couple. We haven't done them all because we're kind of doing them as we go along, and we want to keep them current to the year in which we are doing them. But if that's something that the board would find helpful to do, we can certainly, as we work towards using board docs, to kind of put them in there.
So point of clarification, then we don't have one of these for every single school.
We just started this year.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So, but the goal is we will have one for every single school each year, right?
We're moving towards doing that, yes.
And that's what I guess I want to just ensure that we are getting that, and that information will hopefully be available on board docs, because it will allow us to do, just as he's mentioning, look at,
I think we were
see
kind
where
of
the trends are, because I think it addresses some of the points that you made as well.
We were testing the waters, trying to see if this was the data that the board actually found useful. And, you know, a couple times, even when we did Bass, one of the things that Ms. Hendricks did was tie it to her school calendar, because she's on the year. So it's some of it's personalized depending upon what the schools are attempting to do and what their school improvement goals are. So that's what I'm saying, we're keeping it current and working with them. And we didn't just want to bring to you schools that, you know, had yellow, green, and red. We wanted to mix it up a little bit, but that is the goal to work for.
Okay.
These are the scores that were presented to us all together as the SOL scores in the previous year, so we just can, then maybe that'll be helpful just to bring that document up, or we can go back and find that.
To have all of that, yes.
This is for another discussion. As I'm looking at the achievement gaps piece, and I see the student groups listed, I know this is just, Dr. Coleman, for this matter, but as I begin to listen to the broader discussion that we've been hearing today, I know Ethel deals with the equity. With that, I know the feds, the DOE, all of that have these student groups. But would that mean that we'd have to start listing other specific groups also, like people from the other groups that have been mentioned tonight, to see what their performances are?
From the DOE standpoint, I don't know that they're doing that. The report
And I guess
is
I'm
what's
just,
shared.
I'm not trying to go that deep into it, but it appears to me that that's where we're going.
That information.
And I understand that. I do. But they didn't collect a whole lot of data years ago either. Very interesting.
I really appreciate what you're doing, because it's a move in the right direction. There's no doubt. Because we talked about, when I joined the board, we'll reduce the achievement gap, but there was no target or no numbers attached to it. So right now we can see the numbers. It's just, my fear is that we are not bringing in the best and the brightest, and, you know, leaving out where the real problems are, those schools, in the tail end of this analysis. So we should be able to take them head on.
Any other comments?
I'll say, I love the way you're doing this. I think last year it was very difficult to understand any of the information when it was given on so many schools at one time. And there are a lot of schools we need to see where the problems are, but we also need to see Paul Monroe and what's going on there. I mean, every school, I think this is a great way to do it, and it makes it much easier to understand, at least for me.
And I don't think it's easy at any school.
Exactly.
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
Welcome.
That moves us to unfinished business. Lynchburg City School Board Personnel Policies, CBE, Severance Benefits, CF, School Building Administration, GBEF, Lactation Support, GCBD-RZ, Sick Leave. There are some changes there, and GCI, Professional Staff Assignments and Transfers. I think you all received something from Ms. G that explained the changes and the reason. So, Ms. G, it's all yours.
Well, if you have any other questions, I hope I answered the question that was asked, and I didn't hear from anybody else, but if you have any other questions, I'm happy to help, and the two members on the group with me can help as well.
Well, I think your explanation of it was very helpful.
Okay.
I think if you could just share that for public, so that
Sure.
public would hear that as well.
Sure. The changes to the assignments and transfer policy, when I got here, there was a form and you requested a transfer. A lot of the time, people that might be having disciplinary issues or performance issues at one place would request a transfer, and they might be moved to another location without the consent, let's say, of the supervisor or principal. Rather than doing it that way, we decided that people needed to stay where they were, either improve or other changes could be made. And if you were requesting a transfer to another location, you needed to actually apply if the position was open. And that way the principal had or the supervisor had the opportunity to look at that list, call you in for an interview if you were selected from that panel, and then they got to make the final decision.
It wasn't an automatic.
No, ma'am. Nothing. We don't make, and that's what people have been told. And rather than keep telling people every time they ask that we didn't do automatic transfers any longer, we just decided to make the wording very clear in our policy, and then they have to do it this way. And as far as the sick leave policy, it's just for clarification on the difference in the difference in hybrid for VRS and the legacy group, because it was a little confusing. There's two different leave policies for legacy people. They get the sorry, just drew a blank. If you apply for FMLA, you're entitled to 60 days. Typically, if the doctor approves it, we give you the 30 extra days, which gets you to 90. The hybrid group of employees, they are, if for some reason what they go out for is identified by workers' comp, or they are given short-term disability, if that's approved, they're given 125 days. So for those 125 days, they'd be out on leave. They are paid 60% of their salary while they're out under the hybrid plan. And then what this policy will state is, once you get to the 126th day, if you are approved for long-term disability through the provider, then we have the opportunity to end your contract with Lynchburg City Schools so that we can go ahead and fill that position rather than having it open with a long-term sub in it the rest of the year.
That does not mean that they cannot return to
That's
employment
exactly
at a
right.
later.
Once they are cleared to return to work, they're welcome to apply. This does not keep anybody from ever applying back for Lynchburg City Schools.
Any questions about this? This is for action tonight. Are there any more questions? Okay. Is there a motion to approve? Dr. Gupta, is there a second? Ms. Carter, any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you. All right, that takes us to Lynchburg City School Board Instruction and Program Policy Review, modify the existing language in Regulation IICB-R, IICC-R, and where the school board requested additional details regarding the proposed process for reviewing applicants who wish to volunteer for Lynchburg City Schools. And Dr. Edwards?
Yes. So there are a couple dates in there. Equity Task Force presented on August 19th, 2019. Presented the board with
I'm summarizing 3 options. Option 2 was to modify the language to consider, rather than just automatically disqualify anyone who was convicted of a felony to possibly volunteer in our schools. At the January 14th meeting, I gave an overview of the process, identified who the 4 standing team members, myself, Dr. Copeland, Ms. Pugh, and Ms. Reeves, along with building principal and building rep designee, who would be reviewing the applicants as they come through. I had previously provided the board with some data on the number of applicants that had applied for the current school year who, under the current policy, had been disqualified. I believe that was 22 for just the current school year, and then talked about an overview of what things we would consider, including the nature of the offense, the length of time of when the offense occurred. Of course, the person wanted to volunteer, and then having some sort of interview conference with the applicant so that they would have an opportunity to sort of provide any additional details that we may not get from our report. The board, in considering any modification to the policy, requested additional details about the procedures. So tonight, what I want to do is review those details, at least about the procedure, with the board to give the board a little bit additional information. We have, as our team of 4, in putting this process together, tried to put together everything we thought we heard in conversation. And even with the 4 of us, we gave each other some feedback about some things that I kept notes of. Yesterday, we met with all of the principals and assistant principals and took them through some tabletop activities and got some additional feedback from them. I know the board wanted some information, and at the meeting, you had also discussed the possibility of getting public input or public comment or feedback, which I think we can talk about towards the end of this presentation. So I want to do 2 things with you tonight. One, take you through the thought process, because I think that's helpful for you to actually go through and think through it. And then you have the very rough draft document. This would be the board's opportunity to review the items and weigh in and say, and Madam Chair, I will look to you to kind of form some consensus about yay or nay that fits the expectations of what we have as a board consider, the ex-felons or returning citizens volunteering in our schools. And then we will modify this as we go along. Okay. So what you have is the tool, which is 7 pages long, and I will give you just a little bit of description as to how that was put together. And pretty much for the public who do not have this tool, there are a series of questions and a flow chart, and the more you answer no, 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 the higher up you go to a level 1 status. If you answer yes, 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 you continue going through the multiple pages.
Level 1 being least likely.
Yeah, level 1 being a more highly likely that we would consider volunteering, although you would still have a conference. And I think we had up until level 25, and you would still have a conference too. So it by no means, there are some prohibiting ones due to policy, which I have here too. But our idea, our thought process was to kind of take each case through a system. I must admit we use a system that gives us very limited information. So for the viewing public, I just want you to know that when we run a criminal background check, we get just a list of bullet items. I don't get the history, I don't get a summary, I don't get whether or not this was an original charge and it was plead down to a lesser charge. I do not have a lot of pertinent information that you will probably ask me. So for example, even when you see, a probation violation, I don't know if that was, hey, my person came to my job and I wasn't there like I was supposed to be, or I didn't give them my new address when I moved, or I failed the drug test, or I don't know. I just know that it is on the record. So it makes it
from the team, a little difficult, a little invasive, and I just want the board to have a clear understanding of what we have available to us as we make these decisions. And I will go on record and say, nor do we want to have to go and search, or I don't even know that we would have access to get that level of detail without, obviously when a person is talking to us and sharing their side of the story, we would get information there. But interviewing probation officers, trying to get court records or going back in time, we as an educational institution, I will beg the board to say, please do not make that part of our charge, because we just don't have the manpower to do that piece. So I want to take that off the table before we even get to
Do you get
the process.
repeat offenders, or if there's been more than, you get just a
Yes,
history?
we do,
Okay.
and you'll see some of that here. So it's easier if I just take you through one, and for the sake of the audience, I'm just going to read out. We have applicant number, and I'll just make this number up, 94-08. And then what we get are a list of felonies and dates. And for my sample one, we have grand larceny, and we have a probation violation, and we have the dates of those. And then we also have misdemeanors, because remember the regulation does say felonies and misdemeanors. So there's petty larceny and a violation of suspended sentence and indirect criminal contempt. And that is the detail that we get. So as you're reading that now, I've Googled some things to try to educate myself, but some of that. The next column where we have fines, restitution, and service, and this is very important for the board to understand and give us input on. Depending upon the jurisdiction, some list there was a fine, the fine was paid, or the fine is past due, or there was retribution of, or restitution, I should say, of a certain amount and it was paid. Other jurisdictions don't list that. So depending upon the felony offense, sometimes we have that information, sometimes it's not listed, sometimes we don't know whether or not it might be listed, we don't know the status of it. I put it there because it's a big question mark. So if you got a record and it says this person did not pay their fines and they did not do restitution, we don't know if another person did. But that's in here for the board to consider and say, is that an important item if it is listed? So what we're going to do is take our tool and take our person who has these offenses and pretty much go through it. And I tried to make this one not so detailed. The first question is, was the applicant convicted of a sexually violent offense? And it's basically yes or no, because it would be on their record. I also provided for you the board's policy KNA, which is violent sex offenders on school property. So we already have a policy about that, and whether or not that would prohibit someone from volunteering. And let me be real clear, I put it on the little list. Volunteers, safety first, under the guidance of a school official, approved volunteers may chaperone and or assist with the supervision of other people's children. So let us be clear that we're talking about the supervision of other people's children, which is different from visiting the school and participating with my child. So this is not the visitor piece. You can see on KNA, the way we have it on the flow chart, if that answer is yes, we have prohibited the applicant from volunteering in our schools. But you can see on the actual policy, there is where they can obtain a court order allowing him to enter the property. All right, that may be a different visiting with your child as opposed to volunteering. And I think the board needs to be really clear on where they want to draw the lines of, if someone presented us with a court order saying they can enter, blah, 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 and then they still have to obtain permission from the school board.
To volunteer.
We're talking about volunteering, not necessarily visiting. I think that's a whole separate conversation. So I provided KNA just so that you would have that reference. And at that point, we would contact the applicant and say, you're prohibited from volunteering. And if that's a no, then we go to the next question, which is a registered sex offender, which is our policy, KN. And again, there is language in here about that, and the board would have to really, again, there's a sort of a position policy. In our flow chart, we said again, may be prohibited from volunteering, but may be allowed to visit, depending upon the circumstances, their child in the school system. So again, that's some guidance that I would need from the board as we move forward. And the organization of the first page are things that I heard save one. So violent sex offense, registered sex offender, some kind of crime involving a minor. This one, whether or not it was a violent crime resulting in significant injury or death of another person. And then this one, I really do need some guidance on hate crime or harassment, because that did not come up. And again, you know, some of the harassment could just be under a misdemeanor and not a felony, so that's something that the board wants to weigh in on. But as you consider the supervision of other people's children, I think these things become important. And then anyone who has a drug offense with an intent to distribute, it's not under prohibited, it's go to page 2. So you just have to watch that. So let's take this sample person and let's go through this exercise and see if we get to where, let's see if we all get to the same place. That's first of all. All right. So our person, number 94-08, if we were to answer the first question, violent sex offense? No. No. So we're going up. Registered sex offender? No. Nope. Felony involving a minor?
No.
Nothing that we can see that's definitive on here between the larceny and the probation or anything. So we're still at no. Significant injury or death of another person? No, not based on what we see. Harassment or hate crime? Nope, we're still moving forward. And convicted of a drug charge with intent to distribute? No. No. So far we're still at no, and we can go to page 2. And just so that you don't get confused from page 1 to page 2, I repeat the question so you don't have to go back and see that again. So it starts with the question we just answered about the intent to distribute, and that was a no. The next question asks about, does the applicant have more than one felony or misdemeanor offense on their record? So for this particular person, we hit our first yes, which takes us down. Were the offenses on multiple dates? And let me explain why this is important, because I could have done an offense on one day and have 6 different charges for that one thing that I'm going to say, since it was me, it was a poor choice that day, but they charged me with 6 different things. Or I could have 6 different things over 6 different months, 6 different dates. So that's why we separated that, because as we were looking at some of the charges, some people, they all occurred on the same day, and then others were spread out. So as we look at this person, we know they have multiple. Are they on different days or years other than the first offense? Yes. Yes. So we have a 2010, 2011, 2001, another 2010, 2013, and 2011. So we're down there. Other than a parole or probation, which my team caught that yesterday, violation, are the multiple offenses, the second, the third, are they on that same date or a different date? I guess, is it on the same date, I would say, on that one. So looking at those offenses, and maybe I should read that again because I probably confused you. Other than a probation violation, which is what that should say, which may be listed as a second offense on their record, was the applicant convicted of another offense, second, third, fourth, or fifth, that did not occur on the same date?
We're looking at the misdemeanors as well.
You're still, yes, yes. And see, good point, Belle, thank you. The felony has grand larceny and probation, but then there are misdemeanors. So again, where does the board stand? Ignore misdemeanors, because if you do, then you'll go a different path, or include misdemeanors. So that's some more guidance. When we did this, we included the misdemeanors, which would take us to page 3. Okay. And again, page 3 repeats the question we just asked. And what we're trying to do is see, did they commit offense and only have a parole or a probation violation? Or did they commit offense and have another offense and another offense and another offense? So we were trying to distinguish between, and not understanding fully what a parole or probation violation is, we thought that that was important. So as we look at this person, we're on page 3, and we're looking at the offenses, we see that it's more than just a parole if you include the misdemeanors, which is going to give you another yes, and you're going to go down the page. Then we get to, did the applicant fail to pay fines, fail to complete community service, or fail to make restitution, thank you. It has been a long day for me. Did they fail to do this? And as we look, this happens to be one of those people where nothing is listed. So I don't know. I can't guess. So in absence of they didn't do it, we were kind of stuck, and we just said, well, it's nothing telling us that they did fail to do that. So we're going to give them a no and give them a pass on that one. And then that takes you to the next one, which says, was the applicant convicted of this offense within the last 5 years? And you can see there are multiple offenses. So someone said, which one are you talking about? And I'm like, we're looking to see if there's anything within the last 5 years. And the latest one for this one is 2013. And again, that will be a no. So let me just share some of the things that came up with that. I explained the failure to pay fines. The 5-year piece. So 5 years, we were like, okay, we need to pick a number. So if you, did something, I'll go back to myself, I'm totally not happy with this, but now I've come out, I'm a model citizen, I've started a family, it's 5 years later, and my child's going into kindergarten. All right, around that time, around that age, is that a time that I would want to start volunteering? Now, what came up in our training or review with the principals and assistant principals is you have the date of the offense. So what happens if I committed my offense in 2013, didn't have my trial until 2015, did my time, and I got out on Tuesday, and now it's Wednesday. I don't have all that information here on all of that. So that's another thing that the board needs to know and understand that came up as we did our review in the training with the assistant principals and the principals yesterday. So long story short, we tried to have a fair process to kind of vet and get information and help guide what kinds of questions would you ask someone based on the information that you have that would help you in determining their fit for a school or event or even the division. Okay, so I gave you a lot to consider and talk about, and now I'm going to be quiet and let you consider and talk about it.
Kim? Oh, Dr. Sinat, sorry.
On the dates, is it explained on the report that you get back that that's the date that the crime occurred, or is that the date of the conviction?
Without looking at them on my sheet, I want to say, don't quote me, I'll double check it, but I want to say when I first went through this, that was the date of the offense. I think it's the date of the actual offense.
Okay.
Dr. Coleman?
Dr. Edwards, as it relates to restitution, why is that being considered?
It was listed on some. So for example, a couple had to pay fines and sort of show, particularly in some of the money ones that we've paid our debt, so to speak. I don't know if there was any time that was done with any of that. So since it was on the record, we're like, well, do we consider it? Do we not consider it? We put it there so that in full disclosure that we know that there are people who have done that. Which I'm thinking if you are having a conversation with me and you're trying to say, I am a model citizen, I've paid back the money I took, I've done community service or whatever it is, I've done the things that I was supposed to do in order to sort of, if you want to say,
Okay. Well, it seems like they're being passed along anyway on that, but I'm just concerned because fines can get into racketeering. It's a whole bunch of problems where people as simple as an easy pass, 75-cent toll, ends up being $300 or $400 by the time they stack all of this money, and people are not financially able to pay those insurmountable fees, depending on what it is, of course, but I just was wondering about that.
Dr. Gupta?
So, should it be the day of the offense or the day of the conviction?
Well, that's really a policy issue. I have to say there's some offenses, if there's jail time, perhaps 5 years, they may still be in jail. But I think that it would be up to the board to decide which is better, or our superintendent perhaps is analyzing the information. I don't have any other input to say which is a better gauge, the date of offense or the date of conviction, and also to know what is in that particular background check form. So that would be something to confirm.
Person is innocent.
Mr. Harvey?
I would think it would have to be the date of conviction, simply because if it's the date of the offense, you haven't necessarily had your day in court yet,
Right.
so it shouldn't be under
Right.
public record as being a conviction. So I'm hoping that's the date of conviction, and I would encourage that be the case, is the date of conviction being used as the gauge. I think I got to participate in this online earlier when you allowed us to try this tool. I think this tool is a very powerful tool and is very useful. And I think that one thing that it will afford the review committee is at a point where you hit a roadblock, as we mentioned, there is nothing on this report, that gives you the opportunity to address that with the candidate. Okay, at this point, and that might help you to clarify the assignment of a level if you need to. The only piece, and I'll reiterate this because this was the comment that I made when I did this test online earlier, was that I think that the time piece should be something that would occur more up front before you get too far down the rabbit trail. And the reason why I say that is because I think if there's a pattern of a crime being committed over and over and over, and it's within the past 5 years, that person's desire to volunteer, I think, would be more questionable than someone who has had a conviction, a decade ago.
I get you.
Okay.
Ms. Evans?
I just want to say, I think that if you look at the failure to pay fines, though, that's not going to stop you from getting
Yes, ma'am.
an interview.
I
I think
noticed
that's really
that. I
important,
noticed that.
that's not going to hold somebody
Right.
back from getting a meeting.
Very good, Bill. I noticed it.
Ms. Carter?
The tool is awesome. It's an excellent tool.
Excellent.
It really is a great tool. But this brings up more concerns for me now. Some of the things you said. One is, so if we don't have the exact information, and nor should we pry, but how do we know if someone is representing themselves honestly with what they're providing? Not to say that it won't be, but how do we know? The other thing is, so this is an awesome screening tool, but is there a training aspect for the volunteer also? Is that going to be some, and then and then we don't have the manpower to collect this also. But the other thing is, are we considering whether this person that volunteers, I have people that are mental health providers, and they question, how sometimes just people before this volunteer policy that really want to volunteer in schools, and how often and how much, how healthy is that? But not to say that, but that was the question before this even came up. But are we putting in here anywhere, is this person a parent of a child in the school system? Because that's one thing we heard over and over, is that
When they fill out their application, it's on your affiliation, it's on the application. But we do have volunteers who do not have children per se, or relatives, I would say, even grandchildren or nieces and nephews, who also volunteer.
Dr. Coleman?
To Sharon's point about whether or not the people are telling the truth, but I'm also wondering, in the age of identity theft and records coming from the courts being flawed, I guess you wouldn't have any way of being able to deal with that either if somebody would say, I don't know where that came from.
I think you all saw the amount of time that it took Dr. Edwards to collect just the information on 22 people. I think it took like 6 hours. And we also, just to keep that in mind, Dr. Brennan.
I just want to reiterate, because I was going to make that comment too, that the time that Dr. Edwards and his team has put into this is pretty phenomenal. I think the tool is really awesome also. You did ask us to make some comments, and I appreciate that. So I have a couple of thoughts. I think on page 1, when you go through the specific blocks that you went through as far as sexual offenses and crimes with children, to drop people out, I think is a great clearing area, as you pointed out, based on our policies and I think what the consensus has been. I kind of wonder, on the other hand, whether there should be, are there a path through here where you say, yeah, this person's also clear to volunteer? So for example, if you look at page 2, the person's gotten through that first screen. Was the applicant convicted of a drug charge with intent to distribute? No. Does the applicant have more than one felony or misdemeanor offense? No. Does the applicant fail to pay fines, fail to complete community services, or fail to make restitution as ordered? No. Was the applicant convicted of this offense in the past 5 years? No. Yeah, that goes to a level 1, and I wonder whether there shouldn't be, as there is a blockage at the other level, there's some things where we would say this person should be able to go through without
having a
hearing. Without a hearing?
Well, I was going to ask the question, will the people who get on page 1, the people who are not allowed to volunteer, will they still have a hearing?
If you're prohibited, you're prohibited.
Right, yeah.
So
I'm actually, and again, this is just for discussion. If you went through a similar stage where you were clear, should those people have an interview or not? Just a comment. The other comment is, I do wonder the question brought about misdemeanors, whether they should be on the list or not. I mean, you gave us a list of what the misdemeanors were that had been seen in those 22 applicants, and they are petty larceny. They are things that are pretty minor. So I would kind of support the idea that maybe this should be for felonies and not misdemeanors. And then the other piece, which Dr. Coleman brought up, I think is really important, and I'm a little unclear about the box that talks about does the applicant fail to pay fines, fail to complete community service, or fail to make restitution as ordered? Does that include parole or probation? As far as has been pointed out, that through an equity lens, there can be a lot of problem with the hurdles that people have. This to me sounds like it's not. It's more paid fine. That piece bothers me a little bit as far as it could be a barrier.
The probation violations were listed separately as either felony and in 1 or 2 cases a misdemeanor, and I don't know what dictates one or the other. But the fine piece was very clear. It was usually monetary or most of it was monetary pieces on there. And again, not every jurisdiction listed whether or not that was there. It wasn't something that was on every single record.
So I guess my point is, I'm not sure that needs to be taken out, but it certainly needs to be looked at through the possibility of, were there other issues involved with that made it be a problem for the person individually.
Dr. Nellis?
Yeah, I understand the concern. I think it's also would kind of sort you to what level you are, and in the end, you still have a meeting, a hearing to discuss things. So I think that part's good. I did have a question about, like Dr. Brennan said, does this apply to someone with just misdemeanors?
Well, I have that question.
I'm sorry. This applies to if you have
a felony.
If you have a felony, you fall under this decision tree. If you just have, say, a misdemeanor, do you fall on this also?
Well, I will.
Or is there
I will point the board back to the agenda report, which is why I also have that question, because the way the current, and it's our reg, is written, and you can see the strike-through language. but or misdemeanor may be disqualified is in your board policy right now. So I did not feel at liberty to say, and I'm striking that too, because the question was about felonies and people with who had a felony record and allowing them. So the misdemeanor language is not changed, but it's on a may be. So the board would have to decide, as you decide the maybe, where are you with that? And you could very well say, don't even consider misdemeanors.
Dr. Copeland, can you explain about the level of misdemeanor that?
Misdemeanor language falls from a section of the code where it refers to crimes of moral turpitude. And I'll defer to our attorney if she wants to go into the details of those. But some of those that we see are lots of times related to financial things, and then things like theft, stealing, are many of what I see as the crimes that come across our reviews as that moral turpitude component.
So every misdemeanor comes for review?
No, not necessarily. Not every misdemeanor.
So if we're not doing that on every applicant that has a misdemeanor.
But some do come across.
And I will add, because you notice that one of the, is this applicant convicted of a felony or misdemeanor involving a minor. So there will be misdemeanor circumstances such as contributing to the delinquency of a child. There are times in cases where perhaps it was a felony charge, such as felony child abuse, neglect, causing serious injury to a child, and maybe pled down to an assault and battery. That's information that Ms. Edwards will not see. So I do put that information out there, just looking at the tool, and maybe that addresses some of the concerns about misdemeanors. While there are a number of misdemeanors that that the school board may not feel perhaps would be an issue to a person volunteering, there are other misdemeanors that could deal with children and bodily injury that may be something for this board to consider.
And Ms. Morrison, if I can help answer.
If the court did not charge them with that though, and it went down to a misdemeanor, are we going to judge them on what the court didn't charge them with? That's where my concern is.
You wouldn't know.
That's what I'm saying.
Correct.
By including misdemeanors, I feel like we're kind of judging that from something they weren't charged with originally.
That's one of the things we have to
Okay.
decide as a board.
So the functioning within the criminal background check is that when it's done through Raptor. Raptor contracts with a company. We have the agreement with the company that the information is going to be collected, and we set the threshold of where things are going to be flagged and sent to us for further review. So when we flag things like anything involving a minor, misdemeanors with moral turpitude, and all felonies, then those are the things that come to us for final review.
Well, can those go on to the list of misdemeanors we have to look at for this and not?
That's what
That's
we're doing.
our
That's what
idea.
you guys
Okay.
tell us. That's what we're doing. That's this discussion. Ms. Carter?
It doesn't seem like we're doing it.
Misdemeanors show your pattern, because if you look at this, you have 11/2/2010.
And then the grand larceny, and if you watch any detective shows, no one ever just jumps, and you have these little patterns that emerge before this big grand finale, or they do something major. Mike, another question I have is, if there is a teacher or staff person that was dismissed because of some felony charge or whatever, and it's been 5 years and now they want to volunteer, would they be, the same process will apply to them? So they would never be able to be a teacher or a staff person employed, but we can have them volunteer.
Yeah.
If they go through the process.
That's the process.
Dr. Nellis?
Has this been looked at by, say, a DA or assistant DA, just because there's a lot of complications associated with some of these categories? And
No. At the last board meeting, you guys said you wanted some details.
Right.
Put together some details.
I guess this is. I think this is a good framework where we're at right now, but there's some, I think, maybe subtleties that we're not aware of. You know, with particular categories and it's kind of like it'd be nice to have some like, yeah, here's some areas you need to think hard about. I know years ago when we took an initial attempt at modifying the volunteer policies, there were a lot of
Illegal stuff.
complicated situations that
I think my concern would be, at what point do we say, okay, we've looked at it, let's make some decisions? And I don't mind having somebody look at it, but I think we need to have a very realistic time frame instead of just every board meeting say, okay, let's have this happen and we'll meet the next board meeting. I just would like to see some set time frame to have things done.
Ms. Carter?
I really think this is serious enough that we really need to make sure. But I do, this tool is awesome.
Yeah.
But I want the training aspect, I don't know. And then, well, then now are we adding this onto the teachers? So we're going to have to supervise and have we talked about, or have the parents been, where are they coming in the process of when they're going to be informed that they can opt out? Or will we have to do anything about that to start letting them know when we're going to implement this and the process or the procedure for them to opt out if that's something they decide? But this is a great tool, but I do like the misdemeanors, and I want to go back to the questions you asked about KN and KNA. I didn't really pay attention on those two.
I think they're up for us to discuss later.
Okay.
One of the two. All right. We had some clarification. Dr. Sinai?
I really appreciate this. I know it was a ton of work to do, but it reassures me that I didn't need much reassurance on the end that you guys really took this serious and thought it through and thought of every possible scenario. I guess I'm a little bit with Dr. Nellis. Are there things that we're just not aware of because we're not experts in the criminal justice system in a way that's both fair to the people who want to volunteer? I want this to be really fair for them, to set them up that, if they're capable of being a good volunteer, then we should benefit from that. I would hope that that once somebody gets through all this and they pass the screening and the group is comfortable, they feel assured enough between the screening process and the interview that this person could be a volunteer. Nobody's going to know which of all the volunteers is a felon versus not. So the opt-out thing comes a little complicated, and I certainly would want anybody to be identified as a felon volunteer. No, that would be a horrible thing to do. So I don't think you were suggesting that. Yeah.
Dr. Brennan?
I think it's a great point, and to take a little farther, I think the issue with this is coming up with the misdemeanor part of it, because I think, as a layperson, I think of a misdemeanor as being a lesser crime. I looked up the definition for crime of moral turpitude, and it's murder, voluntary manslaughter, I don't think that's a very good term for what a misdemeanor is. And I think that would be helpful to get some information related to, are there misdemeanors that if we were to drop those, that we would be concerned about, like involving children? I think that's the real question. I'd like to have someone answer that.
So say that again.
The question about can we drop misdemeanors or not? I think the concern that some of us have is that would we miss a crime against a child or miss a crime that we would say, if we knew that was the substance, that would be the case? Can the district attorney or someone help us with the misdemeanor definition of what that means, and would there be something to fall through the cracks? Because I think we all agree we're talking about a policy related to people with felonies, history of having a felony, an ex felon. The misdemeanor piece, I think we use some clarification on. And just one thing came, I think it might also help me too with the probation piece of it, because I do think that has a bias to it that perhaps we could get some information about too.
What do you mean?
That it's racially biased, and I think that people may have that people do have higher violations because of the barriers that they may have either financially or transportation.
Oh,
Of a
as a
problem.
misdemeanor or something,
Yeah,
but-
yeah, right.
Yeah.
Ms. Carter?
That makes sense.
So, and I know the attorney told us about, just in case something gets, you get a lower charge if there was a child neglect, a child assault. So we would never be privy to the, are those really proven cases? That abuse happened or that assault or neglect?
Well, someone could have charged with a felony.
But not be convicted.
And then later, when it's when they are convicted, perhaps that case has been pled down to a misdemeanor level. And again, the information that your system would have doesn't sound like it would necessarily speak to that piece or not. And so I just bring that up as a point when misdemeanor and what that means. I have to say I casually asked about some of these questions that you're asking about, and I asked, how many felonies are there? And it was like, well, and the way I'm laughing now was kind of how it was approached, because there are numerous felonies, there are numerous levels of felonies,
Right.
there are numerous levels of misdemeanors and categories within misdemeanors. Believe that this tool, one of the things about this tool, it seems that everyone will have a hearing where they get a chance to put forth their information and consider that. But I do think if you are looking for some more criminal information, that's not directly my expertise, but I do have some familiarity with times that perhaps in the criminal system there may be some misdemeanors that may be of consequence that the school board may want to consider.
Dr. Coleman, and I'll get to you.
All right, number one, as far as being able to give Dr. Edwards some direction, I'm hoping that each person is articulating whatever it is that you want to say so that we can continue to move along in the process. But I'm thankful for Attorney Hope Taylor saying what she just stated. And I know we all intend that, but if there's any legal matters, if she's able to answer them or if she needs to seek support elsewhere, then that's how that would go. We wouldn't go talk to another lawyer independent from our school board attorney.
Dr. Sinai?
So, help me understand this. We have the category of crimes known as barrier crimes, correct? And that's still a thing, right?
Yes.
Now, my assumption was those were only felonies, but do misdemeanors fall under barrier crimes?
I have to admit, I would have to look
Okay.
at the list again. It is something that is codified, and there possibly could be, when I think about assault and batteries, those can be misdemeanor charges, and I know that can be a barrier in some cases to
Okay.
dealing with children.
So some of those, though, are the kind of barrier that even if the person had a kid enrolled, they couldn't even visit that child unless they got an exception or something.
Court
There was
order.
a court order, right?
Mostly
Okay.
sexually based.
So a lot of these would be taken care of automatically because they are considered barrier crimes. And are those easy enough to enumerate, or?
Those are codified. I would
Okay.
have to look up those,
So-
but they are codified.
So I would then propose that if they're not a barrier crime, then that person can go through the flow chart, and again, as long as they keep going through, and then the interview process satisfies the committee.
But we're back to the question about the language of the misdemeanors and the inclusion of misdemeanors.
Right, okay, so let me clarify. I would say I'm fine with not including misdemeanors with the exception of those that are barrier crimes or
And
crimes
we
against
would have to
children.
have those identified.
Correct.
Any other additional information, Ms. Carter?
Just from hearing Ms. Towns, we need to look at some of those misdemeanors because some of them have serious consequences and may involve children.
Dr. Nellis?
So the third block here on the first page is was applicant convicted of a felony or misdemeanor involving a minor. So yeah, that's automatically disqualified. if it does involve a minor.
So that would cover it. But are there other
It
misdemeanors
looks like it
other than a
does, but,
minor?
you know, this is, you know, I'm not a DA, so.
Dr. Brennan?
Yeah, I wonder that in order to facilitate this process, because of the questions about misdemeanor, maybe we should just leave misdemeanor in, let it be part of the process, then the process will go through as it's been set up. And if there are misdemeanors that fall out because of it's a crime against a child would be found. But I think it's getting a little bit more complicated by trying to pull that misdemeanor out. I think it's getting more difficult rather than easier. I think we should just leave it in, deal with it through the process that we have, and not try to pull it out.
Any other comments? Mr. Harvey?
I hear Dr. Mills is saying about doing our due diligence, and would I be correct that, Hope, you have looked through this this matrix?
Yes, I've looked at the matrix, and I suppose any more.
I guess because what I hear Dr. Mills saying, and I agree with, is that we are not lawyers, and a lot of this information does involve a lot of legal language, but it also involves just the process of our courts to a certain degree. Because we were asking the question, I mean, first off, is it date of conviction or date of offense? I mean, so there are a lot of these pieces that I feel like that we have to nail these down, and we have to be able to understand and define them clearly, because the last thing that we want, that any of us want, I mean, as one of our speakers said tonight, we've been dealing with this thing for 5 years, so we got to get this right. And so what I hear Dr. Nillis suggesting is that we might want to have somebody with the legal background, and I hear what Dr. Coleman's saying, that we need to go through the school board attorney, but get some guidance from them, let them take a look at this, hash out any questions or make any recommendations for us so that we can do our due diligence. Then going back to the timeline piece that was asked earlier, my understanding was our goal was to have this so we could have it implemented for the 2021 school year. That we were going to take our time, do this thing right through the rest of the 2019-2020 school year, that we were going to possibly even do some scenario testing, with the review committee through the summer to have this ready to go. So I feel like that hopefully the community hears that we do have a timeline, that we are trying to move on this. It's not inactivity that the school board is doing. The administration is putting a lot of time and effort into this procedure here, and I feel like that we all are trying to do our due diligence with this policy. So let's not rush this, but let's make sure we're moving it along. And I do think that first piece would be that we do need to involve some legal expertise that's beyond what this board's capable of.
Dr. Sinai?
Well, I just got to say again, this decision tree that you've set up is just really fantastic, and it moved us way, 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 way further than we were when I first came on the board and this decision was above us. Because one thing that's just so enlightening to me is just you got to work with what you got, which is the report, and it doesn't tell you a lot of the context. For a reason, because some of that context could be very unfair to the person. So you wouldn't want to know necessarily that they were charged. You want to know what was proven, right? In a court of law, what the conviction is. So knowing that this is what we have to work with, get it through this decision tree, which appears to me to be quite thorough. It's possible there could be something missing. I'm not a criminal justice expert, so I don't know what that would be. Looks like you thought of everything, so that then it just comes down to, any remaining uneasiness or other things that you would want to cover in that interview process. But this is very transparent. People can see what it is. They know, that it's been formalized and operationalized. So I'm very impressed. Thank you very much.
Additional comments? If I could summarize, I heard something about hate crime definition. Back at the very beginning, was the applicant convicted of a hate crime and or harassment?
That's on that.
So,
Automatic out.
to give you an example, a misdemeanor, and let me just say for the public, I am not a lawyer. I did not go to school to be a lawyer. I'm not an expert on criminal activity or anything. And what we put together was based on what we could see. And what we haven't seen, we don't know yet because it hasn't come across our way. But a harassment by computer is a misdemeanor. I don't know what that means. I do know when our children do that, we don't like that. And we're suffering from a lot of that right now with cyberbullying and things like that. So it's not acceptable for our children, which is why it kind of ended up here as we're trying to be role models for children to say, don't take to the computer to harass anybody, don't use social media, don't. It's not the way to resolve any kind of differences. And that's why that ended up here and why we posed it to the board as is that the thinking, does the board have the same thinking? I will also say that some of the challenges, and again, I have to keep saying I'm not an expert in this area, but if I was convicted of a moving offense while driving with my kids in the car,
right,
child abuse, child endangerment, child something, and I have folks who ask, is that a crime against a minor? Is that considered because I ran through a stop sign while I had my infant in the car and that's what they gave me, reckless driving and maybe some other charges for child endangerment or whatever it is that they give you when you do that, is that considered a crime against a minor with that? So again, there are questions that I did not have the answers to as I was working with my team, but I think it's helpful for the board to, because I think you have an idea of what you want, and I'm trying to figure what that is, but I need you to kind of join the party a little bit.
So I'm hearing that the support for this tool, the review from the board, thank you for the hard work in putting this together. I've heard that we would like some legal clarification or guidelines to make sure that we're falling within the language that should be used in this situation.
And I will ask to clarify that point because this is something that is a new tool. There's really no guidance, but I think what I'm hearing you all ask in particular concerned about misdemeanors in general.
Right.
Then misdemeanors concerning children.
Yes.
And then another layer sometimes, I don't know if this is being considered, is that there are times that things in other states are called different, have different names than here. So those are some issues that I think I can try to maybe find some counsel to address, and if that's an issue, I'll touch base with Dr. Edwards to see if we can get something to you all as soon as possible. But that's what I'm hearing that you all are concerned with. Does that sound correct? As far as misdemeanors?
I think so. Dr. Brennan?
Yeah.
I think that is
That's
correct.
correct.
Thank you for doing that. I also don't think we want to be lawyers and that we want the people interviewing to be lawyers either. So I do think we want to make this a tool that can be used by our administration, understand by the community. So which is the reason I really wonder whether we should just go back to let's let misdemeanors be included in this and not get too deep into it. I appreciate that. The other thing, I couldn't agree with Mr. Harvey about the time frame, but I'd be interested, Dr. Edwards, because we do want to have this available for the next academic year, what time frame would you suggest that we have so that it is available and in place to do that? Because I think it's a pretty short timeline.
I think also the training for
Right.
and also the the volunteer training piece is a part of it as well.
Sure.
Well, those are kind of two big issues. One, we, and Dr. Copeland helped me, when do we first, because we close it down and then we open up the application for volunteers for the next school year in August.
1st of August.
Okay, so the 1st of August is when they start to come in. And assuming we stick with a 60-day window, that means we would have to be up and running, ready to go as soon as they start rolling. And that is also the same time that we're, it's not a good time, we're doing the student transfers, enrollment. So the team is processing, the principal's processing a lot. So we would definitely have to be ready by the 1st of August. So if you back it up from there. Now, you asked the question, Dr. Coleman, you actually asked it too. The volunteer training piece, if we did not do this at all and just left volunteers as is, the volunteer training piece is still a question because it primarily occurs at the building level. So it's not a standardized training that we do at a division level and volunteers are coming in at different entry points all year long. There is nothing standard. Let's just put this on the table because I don't want the felony piece to be the reason why. But currently, there is nothing standard across divisions that is, here is the packaged volunteer training. It is really done more building by building, depending upon what they need. There are some things that are just, yes, you're going to talk to them about, see something, say something, child abuse, and those kinds of things that we as adults should always have our eyes open to. And I know as we work through our anti-bullying work that we're doing right now to also empower people to, this is what you do should you see and hear that. That piece is not anything that I have worked on in terms of the team of doing that. That does require us to work with every single building and that is not anything that is in play that I can say right now is 100% standard across all buildings. And it is just the volunteers in general and the wide variety of what we have. And I think you said 1,500 was that the number of how many actual applicants we get? I don't want to cut you. I know it's a.
Do we need something standard if every school is different? I'm not sure what needs to be.
Something standard would be helpful.
But they're so different depending on the school you're going to. The needs of each school is very different. I mean, each school can have a standard that you're distributing to that school, but
there should be some guidelines. What are the guidelines? Are they able to? Are volunteers at this time able to work one-on-one with children? And there should be some consistency across all schools. I know it's going to be a different culture and different.
And some schools
volunteers.
say they don't need volunteers. We may think they need them, but we've had people apply to be volunteers and they've been told, we don't need any volunteers right now. We want to make sure that there are positions available if people want to volunteer. Dr. Nilles.
Yeah, I was going to say, in terms of making the volunteer, some aspect of that consistent among all the schools, I don't know that that's necessarily a real big effort. It might just be a set of guidelines that here's, I mean, it depends on how much effort you want to put into it, but it could just be some basic stuff that you can't do this, and these are the things you got to look at.
Well, there are guidelines that.
But also, I think it's important is in the interview is you have a representative from that school or schools that they're looking to volunteer for, and that's I think needs to be part of their evaluation. Is this person a good fit?
So if we're looking at having this implemented by August 1st, then we need to have it. We need to work out all these questions so that it can come back to the board for approval.
So just to manage expectations, because guidelines and training could look like two different things depending upon what I think that should be. So that's where I'm going to go back to Madam Chair and say, what is it? There are guidelines in terms of just proper interactions with children. So I don't want to sound like we just turn them loose and that we don't. But I also don't want to say that is considered training if someone is thinking, well, formal training is I got my approval and then I went to the Institute of Training and I sat through, I watched the video, I got because we don't have that division-wide.
That's the second issue.
Yeah, buildings do different things for different activities, different schools, different, some are, this is how we read to kids, this is what we want, these are the things that we want, this is what we do where, I did the library and it was like, this is what you're going to do when you're in the library on that day. So the activities will somewhat dictate the training, but there is an expectation that you do follow Lynchburg City
volunteer policy.
So, Madam Chair, so I can get clarity, and I'll be finished in 1 second, Sharon. I'm happy that everybody's expressing themselves because we're a team. And it would be terribly unfair for any one person to say what someone else's thoughts do not matter. So it looks like we're doing that. The timeline piece, as long as we get it done, it took 5 months between February and August in 1965, and somebody mentioned King earlier, to get the Voting Rights Act of 1965 done, a massive piece of legislation. They can get that done in 5 months. We can get a policy in 7 months for volunteers. And then you said that some of the teachers, principals don't want volunteers.
I'm saying they don't have a need for volunteers.
And I wouldn't dare get into that, because that would be getting into the weeds.
We've had this discussion that we need to make sure that if people want to volunteer, there's opportunity for people to volunteer. Ms. Carter.
But does every volunteer, and I'm just not because we're open, but does every volunteer have some type of orientation?
At the school?
Yeah, at the schools. They just say, here, take a job.
I have volunteered in schools and at different schools, and I've never been, and maybe it's different now, but I did get trained on what I was doing that day. I mean, like when you went in to volunteer, they would say, this is what we're doing, this is how we're doing it, and that's what you did.
So if there was a fire alarm, would you have known where to go, where the exit, or
Well, I think the first time I went over there, they went through all that. They
I think
gave
we're
me
two
a
different
thing.
issues here.
Right.
The first is the volunteer policy and the tool and our clarification for the document, if are we meeting it legally, also the timeline. The second piece about the orientation that we all feel very, training, we feel very strongly about, we need to make that a separate discussion. So I am hearing from this board, as best as I can put it into 4 pages of notes, that we like the tool, that we want legal to review, just to make sure. I am hearing, if I'm not correct, I hope I am, that we want to leave the volunteer, the misdemeanor piece as part of the felony information, that is then taken into consideration for the committee, and that this piece involves a lot of training for people that are going to be involved in this process.
What about fines?
I'm sorry?
Fines and restitution, which I can finally say correctly tonight.
Well, you
still get that information.
Okay.
Correct. So, I mean, I don't feel like it's going to hold people back. I think we can leave that
Yeah.
right now.
You get the information you get.
Yeah.
I mean, you still have the interview.
Exactly.
I think that's the key.
Can we be reasonable in saying that we can have this looked at by the next board meeting? That's a month, by a lawyer looking at this?
Turning the
It's a month.
Just wait. I'm sorry.
All I can say is that I have a few sources that I'm thinking about that I can reach out to. However, because they're outside parties, I really can't.
Right,
give
their
you a
schedule, you can't
set
tell us,
schedule.
but we could at least pursue that. Dr. Sinai?
I want to be sure that we're clear on what we're asking, because we could have a lawyer look it over with a liability framework,
That's
which
not
is
where
very
we're-
different.
Yes,
Okay, I
that's
just
not
want to
what-
make
that's
sure.
not what I said.
Exactly.
We
'Cause
wanna
my feeling in saying that was just make sure, from a criminal justice point of view, that we've covered everything in this decision tree, which is quite exhaustive, but we don't know what we don't know.
Right.
So I just wanted to be sure on that point.
Okay. Do you need any additional clarification?
No, I think I'm balls in Hope's court right now. Love this one.
Yeah, I'll just rephrase. Again, it seems to me that the main issue is misdemeanors, and particularly misdemeanors that may have something to do with children or some of the other, the moral turpitude issues, to get more, I guess, clarity of what those mean and maybe what effect it will have on using this tool.
It will still show up on the report, but I think is that we just want to make sure that the language that we've used of like hate crime and harassment, is that the appropriate language to use there? I just think having it looked at to make sure.
You also want to check the hate crime.
Well, I think just have it read it.
Just check it. Gary?
Yeah, just from my standpoint, I might be clarifying what all of us are saying here. I think what we're saying is we would like to just have the whole document reviewed. Don't focus just on whether or not a misdemeanor is a misdemeanor. I just would like to have the whole piece looked at and just provide us with any guidance or comments. I don't think that we're looking to have, as you mentioned,
Specific.
I don't want a binder to come back from it.
Justice angle,
Right.
perhaps. Now, I mean, that's the thing, it may be a binder, I don't know.
Well,
Sometimes you
that's
open
all
up
right.
the door, because-
This is a great start.
Yeah, but you're not looking at it exactly from a liability, it's just that
We need to take
just
a
a
break.
better understanding of what things mean when we say felony, when we say misdemeanor.
Right,
what it means
because
within this context.
because I think we have to be able to give the guidance not only to ourselves about what all this means, but we have to give this guidance to this review group, and it has to be something that we can stand behind and defend. If someone were to come back and say, why did you let this person
Right.
volunteer in our schools, and we can say, look, we had this very powerful tool, we went through this process, we had these individuals who are trustworthy to make this decision, and so we did our due diligence on this. And I don't think that we're going to have anybody, I certainly don't believe we're going to have anybody that wants to volunteer that has an intent to hurt their children. I don't.
Okay, we need to wrap this. Dr. Brennan?
I'm also concerned about this binder coming back. I'd go back to what Dr. Coleman said, that we ask Ms. Towns to talk to the people she needs to talk to, and she come back and report to us about what she finds out. I don't want somebody else going through this and
Taking it apart.
taking it apart. I think it's going to put us way back. I think you understand what we're interested in. Come back and let us know what you think, rather than going to an outside force. And someone's going to feel like they're going to need to generate some document that's going to be tremendous.
Yeah, I see that exercise as being twofold. One, have we overlooked anything?
Right.
And two, it may provide some insight on what clarifying questions you might want to ask in that interview. That's really where I am.
I think it's a good point.
And Susan, as we're breaking, we're going to also determine, once we get all of this together, we're going to give this back to the Equity Task Force or anybody else
It's going to come back to the
look
board.
at, or we're going to make the decision ourselves.
Well, that's a question I had for you all, because in reviewing the previous, and it might have been the work session, there was at least one person who was talking about public input or public something, and I don't know what the board
I
wants.
offered that when somebody brought up survey, because I think surveys really don't do what we hope of them to do. And I'm not saying it should be a requirement. I think this has been very thorough. We've talked a lot about this. It's been out there. There's been opportunities for public comment. Anybody can come to a meeting and object. So I'm fine if we don't take that step. I just suggested it if somebody felt we needed to do that rather than do a survey, do you approve or disapprove, maybe instead just a public comment on it. That's all. Let's just clarify.
And I'm okay with what Dr. Sinai just stated, but I'm just across the board, we're hearing in other discussions that we didn't engage people and so forth and so on. But as you all know, I'd be ready to vote on this tonight.
Well, one of the things that we did with the calendar, and you'll find that we did post it, and we could post the policy and what it is, and that give the opportunity for feedback that way.
Okay.
Okay. All right, any further discussion? We have been, since 5 o'clock, I'm going to recommend a break until 8 o'clock. Okay, so we're adjourned until 8. The school board meeting's now back in session. All right, the next agenda item is the school calendar.
Can I make a motion to approve
No. Mr. Copeland, thank you.
Welcome back to part 2 of the board meeting, what we hope will be the shortest portion.
This might be 3 parts to this board meeting.
So, last board meeting, the calendar committee came and presented to you. I would like to verbally amend the recommendation. I did get the 21-22 calendars done, so the recommendation is for 2 years' worth of the calendar. We did a survey that ran from Tuesday morning of last week until Monday morning of this week. I provided those survey responses, who responded and where they responded. 80% of those that chose to respond to the survey either strongly agreed or somewhat agreed with the calendar. I am happy to report that that's the highest percentage that I recall in recent history related to calendars. We also got feedback. We had 2 questions in there about what you liked and what you didn't like. So the juxtaposing likes and didn't like were, didn't like the school year starts too soon. Juxtaposed with like getting out by the end of May.
Right.
So you've got one or the other. It's impossible to do both. And then the other one that I knew we would get was the professional development day on election day. That was a decision that we made from the calendar committee's perspective, that for the staff, professional development was that important that we felt that folks could still have the opportunity to vote that worked for us, and then we could still get professional development done that day. So those were the recurring comments that were there. I think we've got a good calendar. It's very closely aligned with what we have. Next year's is almost identical. The 2 changes for next year are we had to include the May election day as a professional development day. So next calendar year. So that would be May of 2022. That May the 3rd is a local election day for city council and folks. So with 5 schools being polling places, we made that a professional development day, which ended up taking away one of the fall break days in October. So that was the trade-off there.
So we are only voting tonight on the 2021.
That's, no ma'am. I amend the recommendation at the beginning that you would be voting on the 2 years if the board is so inclined.
Did we put the 21-22 out for survey, or just the 20?
We did not. We just did the 2021.
But you just said the only change was that May 22nd.
Taking a fall break.
That May 22nd.
Questions? Okay, is there a motion to approve the school calendar for 2 years? Dr. Well, he did it before we heard it.
That was effective Cheetos.
No more for you. All right, is there a motion? Ms. Carter, is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Brennan, thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye. Sorry.
Discussion?
This is for 2 years.
Yes.
Okay.
You want, is there a question?
No, I just wanted to make sure I understood.
Okay.
What we voted.
Okay, so this is for 2 years. Any further discussion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, Lynchburg, this is for information only. It's Instruction and Program Policy Work Group reviewed these policies. AC, non-discrimination, GB, equal employment opportunity, non-discrimination, JBZ, equal education opportunities, non-discrimination, GBAZ, prohibition against harassment and retaliation, JFHAZ, prohibition against harassment and retaliation.
Superintendent recommends that the school board discuss the policies, Lynchburg City School Board policies and regulations. The floor is now open for discussion. Did anybody go back and read these to make sure they understood what was being presented? I did. AC states that Lynchburg City School Board committed to non-discrimination with regard to sex, gender, race, color, national origin, disability, religion, age, marital status, or any other characteristics protected by law. This commitment prevails in all its policies, practices concerning staff, students, education, programs, services, and entities with whom the board does. It was reviewed June 5th, 2018. The Equal Employment Opportunity was reviewed August 1st, 2017. JBZ regards educational opportunities available for all students without regard to sex, race, color, gender, ethnicity, religion, disability, ancestry. JBAZ committed to maintaining an educational environment workplace that is free from harassments against students and employees. I think that this discussion in our work group was really, we had some information about the language in these policies. This is an opportunity if you have any questions about this, because it is for information. And we had questions about whether or not we wanted to make a blanket statement or make the language consistent in each of the policies. We have one that deals with employment that has language that we do not have in the other policies. So the floor is open for discussion.
Unless there's some legal reason not to, they should be consistent. Whatever we're going to determine. And I think what we're trying to determine is this whole notion of sexual orientation, perceived sexual orientation, and gender identity.
Yes. Ms. Carter?
1 moment.
It was giving me answers. I'm sorry.
I'll wait.
I'm so sorry.
When looking at this, I initially said that, we had some advice from council that it's best to leave it as is. Then when looking at the opinion or the paperwork that was prepared by Parrish, Sneed, and Franklin Simpson, it just brought up some interesting points. One is that if we voluntarily do this, that we're not mandated to do, and if our policies are not in line, then we risk more of a liability to be sued than if we leave it as is. Then the other thing is, unless you have a transgender policy in place, that is one of the major things, or the first thing that you're going to encounter. And they even gave you specific examples, like on an overnight trip. You have to, the child has to have an option of staying in the room that they identify in versus the room that they were actually, the sex they were born in. And if you don't, then that policy can turn around and can say, now you're not providing that child an option, and then you can be sued. But with how it is now, most of the litigation is just there because there's, it hasn't been figured out yet. But if we open the door to include this, to include more protective classes, then you have to make sure that, and I think, because I read these two and I was thinking, maybe they are contradicting each other. They're not. They're both saying, yeah, you can do it. And either way, if you do it, it's fine. If you don't do it, it's fine. But here are the options. If you do it and you don't do it perfectly correct, if you don't make sure everything is in line, then you are going to you're going to take a risk that you may not have everything in line, and then that's when someone's going to read that policy and say, this is my opening, and this is how I can bring a lawsuit.
Bob made it clear last in the work session that you can be sued whether you don't put it in there or whether you do put it in there. You can be sued either way.
But if you are sued when you don't put it in there, then it's not mandated by the federal government, so actually, there's nothing. I mean, no one's, but there's 13, and I think one of the speakers spoke to this, 13 schools out of 355 in the state of Virginia have gone to, including those other classes, 13. And one is in Albemarle, one is in Fairfax County, I think, I don't want to, Charlottesville, and some of the others, Norfolk.
I think that what I said was that the board has the policy, and they then give the superintendent to come up with the regs, but then we don't leave that to the superintendent's decision. It's voted on and approved and decided on by the board. And I think Sharon is right that the consistency is important, but we have an equal employment opportunity, those categories listed, but we don't have them in other places. And I think the need for consistent language is if we're doing one thing for employees and something else for students, we're not being, in my opinion, fair to what we should be doing.
And then it also says you have to make sure every policy is aligned.
Yes, and I had that question. What
And
policies?
Not a lag. That has to be immediate. They have to put this on board. So if whatever we do, we have to make sure that we have everything in place and ready to go if that's the will of the board. If not.
All right, this is only for information tonight, and an opportunity for anyone who wants to clarify questions or point so that we can discuss these questions before we get back to what we're going to do with the policy. Dr. Sinha?
Yeah, I think the moral of the story is it's one thing to add it to the language, which we're all agreement is the right thing to do.
Right thing to do, yes.
But
that's right.
Then we have a responsibility to understand, well, what does that actually mean?
Yes. And
how does that go in practice? And I just brought up the scenario. What do you do when you're faced with a situation of protected classes that clash with each other? Hopefully we won't get into anything, but wishful thinking isn't good enough. And the issue of bathrooms, overnight accommodations, all kinds of things can crop up. And, it's like some of our commenters said, it helps to have a thorough perspective on what these issues mean. How do we create a situation or create the rules of engagement, for lack of a better term, of how we implement this policy, what it means to protect these particular people.
Has the state, Michael, whomever, does the state code address this in Virginia in relationship to the bathroom issue and all of that?
No.
So nothing has been.
No,
But
in
no.
Virginia, nothing. There actually is a bill in the Senate and in the House of
Delegates.
Delegates, excuse me, that is proposing a model transgender policy for schools that to be developed by the Department of Education, Virginia Department of Education. As far as the status, that has not been passed yet, but that is a bill that's working its way through. So we may have some additional guidance coming probably within the next month or so, but it is an issue that's being addressed by the General Assembly.
Okay. Ms. Evans?
I guess we're just discussing it. Including these, to me, as we said, is the right thing to do. So then we do the next right thing, which is to figure out how to implement. I understand that's a huge job but I think it's our responsibility to do it.
Oh, absolutely. And I think that was the whole point of looking more seriously at the policy. It wasn't an objection to expanding these protections to these groups, knowing that right now that these are very sensitive areas. There's progress in some people's minds. There's backlash. There's a lot that it's a highly charged thing.
Right.
We could all appreciate that. So we need to be clear on what does it mean to, do we fully understand what we mean by not discriminating against, say, a transgender person or a perceived
And what does this mean in terms of our other policies? Because we're looking at a few, but are there other areas where this would have impact and we can't omit or leave out whatever we're doing? It has to be across the board. And it has to be fair and consistent across each policy. You can't have one say one thing and one say another. And I'm not sure of the number of policies that we're looking at. Dr. Gupta?
Discussed in the policy board group?
Yeah.
It has. So what's the recommendation from?
Our recommendation was to include the language when we came out of the policy, but then it was pulled to discuss as a whole board.
Because this policy is specific to Lynchburg City Schools. And that's why we went for the full board discussion. And obviously, we've had a lot of discussion, and we still need to have discussion. But I put it on here so that we could have any additional questions or information. People have been looking at the policies, they've been reading the court cases that we were given, and it generated some questions, and I wanted to make sure that we continue to have this discussion.
I think those discussions could continue in a work session, because we had it in a work session, right? And if my memory is correct, we talked about consistency across policies. That was the key takeaway when I left that work session. So we're back to...
Go back to the full board work session.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
To do what? That's where I'm trying to figure out is where we are. What are we trying to...
We as a board are working through what it is that we want to recommend or what we will approve. And that's why we're having this discussion, because I think there are a lot of different points of views.
I would be interested in knowing how is Stafford dealing with their regs? This one and that one.
Didn't they?
They charged
They
the
did.
superintendent with writing the regs
They did.
and then coming back for approval with the board.
So have it been written?
Don't know.
Or any of the other groups? You mentioned Charlottesville.
They all have it.
But you just have to make sure, we have to make sure that we're looking at this and changing everything at one time, and whether or not we're ready or have we addressed the transgender restrooms and the overnight stays. And it can't be a segregated restroom either.
Dr. Brennan?
So Dr. Rich, can you help us with this? I still have trouble with the policy versus the regulations. I mean, if the proposal is to vote on the policy, which I am in favor of, I think a number of board members are, to proceed with that, it seemed like from the legal document that we received prior, that then the next step was for the superintendent to enact the regulations to make that work. That's what the other boards had decided.
But back with board approval.
With the regulations, but they agreed on the policy first. And so is our first step to vote on the policy? Because if so, I think, I just want to clarify, so when we do this next time.
We would have to vote on the policy.
Okay.
But we still have a lot of people that have questions. And I hope they'll ask them tonight.
We frequently have had voted on policies and regulations.
At the same time?
At the same time.
Dr. Sinai?
Dr. Nils, you had also pointed out some ambiguous language in there that while we're looking at this policy, aside from adding these protected classes, that we might want to revisit and either remove or clarify. I don't recall what it was, but I thought it was worth looking into, or at least
The three policies, non-discrimination, equal employment, and prohibition against harassment, retaliation. The changes are mostly consistent, but not totally.
Totally.
I'm not sure where, and I'm wondering if, I mean, these are based on B.SPECIAL policies to start with some local modifications, but they're not consistent.
Okay. Well, we're not going to get the consistent language by sitting around here and continuing to discuss.
We're not, but the issue with the gender identity, you've got sex and gender identity, those two terms, as most people understand them, are in conflict.
Where are you looking, just so I'm...
Just either of the three.
Are you,
Well, if you look at the prohibition against harassment and retaliation, GBAZ. So, in accordance with law, the board prohibits harassment against students, employees, or others on the basis of sex, gender, race, ethnicity, gender identity, sexual orientation, and several others. And my one comment is, sex and gender identity are in conflict. I don't know where political affiliation comes from, although it's in the Equal Employment Opportunity Non-Discrimination one. I don't know if that's part of the statutory language or
That is where it came from.
or
though,
not.
was the-
But
Equal employment.
I know it's in the policy, but I don't know where political affiliation, if that's part of the federal code or not, or if that's some where that came from. So
I saw that somewhere when I was reading.
yeah.
That was not added in some of the ones that I reviewed, political affiliation in the students. Ms. Darby, sorry.
I mean, this is a difficult task because we're talking about being consistent, and yet we have, even within our policy, we're talking about sexual identity, and then one of the other, thankfully, I think it's for information, we're looking at changes to add she beside he. We're not even moving to the they.
They, them, we have, right.
Exactly. So, I mean, this discussion, if we're talking about being consistent, we're talking about being consistent across a lot of documents. And I do think we do need to be consistent. So if we're adding, when we add these classes, we need to make sure that our language in all of our policies speak to those changes as well.
Dr. Nellis?
Yeah, and I'm also not sure by adding these protected classes that the impacts on other policies have been identified.
That was my point
Right,
earlier.
right.
Yeah. And shouldn't we do that?
I think we also, though, need to keep in mind that when we talk about the protected classes, they're people and they're kids. And it's, I just feel like we keep saying, you're right, when we do a policy, we may have to change across the board, or we may have to go look at what it does to other policies, but that's okay. That's what we need to do.
Yeah, and we're saying that
We are
we
saying
need to
that,
make
yeah.
sure we do that so
Right.
that we are not just.
But I don't think it's realistic to say we're going to go through the entire policy of everything and say, let's look how it's going to affect every single bit of this before we change to add these two classes. Like, I'm not sure anything even close to that has ever been suggested before to look
But
at
my
every.
comment
They did
is, we have two policies up for review for a vote on the same day that we're contradicting ourselves. When we're saying we're going to have a policy, we're going to make a change about gender identity, and then we're going to make a change
But it's
to
not
have
up for a
gender
vote.
identity.
It's not up for a vote yet. We're talking about
Not
it.
yet, yeah. But
Yeah,
that's what I'm
but
saying.
that's what
We
we're
need
talking
to,
about it.
if we're gonna, when we're looking at this, we need to be looking at this as well too. And I think that goes across the board.
And we can determine that, but I do think Gary is raising a good point, taking us back to this they or them language, which takes me back to my earlier comment about the subgroups. So now, are you saying that we're going to have male, female, and then what you call the other group?
No.
Kim?
I've recommended in the discussions I've been in, rather than the he/she, to
It's
go
them
with the
and they.
universal they, them, which even was the word of the year last year because people were moving to that. It's gender neutral. It's sexual identity neutral in the language. So, and his point is some of the policies still say he or she and are very
Some of them
binary,
still say he.
which is cumbersome even just to read. Whereas if you just have the they, them everywhere, and that really is just a search and replace more or less.
But I think we've had discussion about that this was also something that Equity Task Force needed to weigh in on about, and I thought that was one of our policy work groups that we talked about. This was a community conversation because there are a lot of, it's confusing. All right, so where are we? This was on here for discussion. We've got some action things.
And as we're having a discussion, Madam Chair, thinking out loud, I hope we all will remember what Belle just said. Each of these students are human beings. So even as we're thinking out loud about our conversations, we're talking about real people in real time. And so it...
We need a plan. We can't just keep saying we'll talk about it next time. I feel like we need to leave here knowing, okay, for the next time that we revisit this, what needs to be done, so it's not just a constant
is there any more
revisit.
discussion? So then it needs to come forward. My recommendation is that in the March meeting that the policy comes forward that was recommended, and then we can vote yes or no.
But how can we vote if everybody's saying all the other policies need to be looked? That's what I'm asking. If we're saying other policies need to be looked at for everybody to be comfortable and understand,
Then we need to
changing this
know what those
language,
policies are.
then we need to do that between now and the next meeting to be prepared to vote.
Then we can do that at the work session.
Okay.
Dr. Edwards usually does it. I don't know if her team, whomever, but you usually are always able to know which ones refer to which one.
I think we've got other people that can do that. Ben and Dr. Coleman.
Dr. Copeland can do that?
Dr. Copeland.
Sorry, when am I getting?
Dr. Coleman
happy to
with
use your name.
instruction. Ms. G with personnel. Dr. Copeland with
The other related policies. that
Dr.
would be
Nils.
impacted by a change.
The board works with the superintendent.
I'm just trying to take it off her plate. We've given. We will let Dr. Edwards assign this to her staff.
That's right.
What am I assigning? That's what I'm trying to.
What policies
Related
that's,
policies that would be impacted.
wait a minute.
Oh,
Related policies that this change would impact and that we would need to look at those other policies for review.
But if we're truly changing wording, you're talking about all of them. So.
For the pronouns?
Right.
Right, that's, yeah.
So you're talking about not that kind of change, a
And we're looking at
significant change. to the
policies,
policy. Okay.
policies that this impacts. And I think we need to know the range of that, is what I'm saying, what I'm hearing. Mr. Harvey?
But I think, you know, we're eating an elephant here. We got to do it at one bite at a time. And so the policies that we are currently under review for change, I'm specifically talking about KNA, okay, which is the he/she change.
Okay.
That's the one that I'm saying, if we're talking about changing with gender identity, we should also be changing this one too. I'm not saying at this moment you need to go through every single policy under, you know, yeah. But as they come up, we do need to be changing that, yes. That's what I'm saying. But right now, we have two of them in front of us that need to be consistent.
I agree.
Which two are the two that you're referring?
Well, what I'm referring to is we're talking about the gender identity under the under any of these AC, GB,
Okay.
JBZ, but I'm also talking in comparing that against KNA.
Okay.
So if you look at KNA, it's he, she. We're adding she
Okay.
to the he instead of going to they, because we're talking about.
Okay.
So
Does that
moving
make sense?
forward, if we're looking at policies, then we need to look at whether that language.
Okay. But the language, when you want me to go back for the related policies to ACGB and all of those, is more on the gender,
Yes.
identity, and sexual
Yes.
orientation.
Yes.
Yes.
Not the language, the more what that would, how that would impact the policy.
That we
adding
have
the
in place.
Groups, not the language, because we can fix the language.
Okay.
Yeah, we
It's-
can
it's-
fix the language. Yeah. That's not, but it'd be nice if we know that we can have that to discuss at the next meeting.
For
so that we can
example,
move
some of them
forward.
might be code of student conduct, sexual harassment based on race, religion, national origin, harassment report forms, student publications, student clubs and organizations, non-discrimination, equal employment opportunity, sexual harassment, and other unlawful harassment, and distribution of information materials. These were some that they identified, and we have these policies. So therefore, I'm hearing that we need to consider that, so that we are in line with what we're saying, and that there's not a loophole that we are not addressing.
We'll have to make sure that everyone in the buildings are aware too of these changes, so they can react appropriately when the students ask or are confronted with this. And if not,
And to also understand, you may not even be aware of
the change
of when you are discriminating. I mean,
We've heard the training.
We have inherent bias, okay? So part of that's a training initiative to do, whether it be race, religion, or, sexual orientation, gender identity, and such. So, and that was my whole point. It's not enough just to change the language, which we all I think are pretty much in consensus that we want to do. Knowing that these are people, we need to make sure, well, what does that mean, and how do we carry that through?
Okay.
because you can change the language and nothing really changes.
Right, exactly.
So I think we
gotta
have
make
our
sure-
direction. We agreed?
Yes.
Okay. We're all clear? All right, that ends that discussion, and we are moving on to new business. Welcome for sitting here. Thank you for sitting here. Welcome and thank you. Our collection donation to Heritage High School. Dr. Edwards?
Yes, and I have a very patient
I
Mr.
know.
Rourke. I couldn't even see you behind the podium, and Mr. Baxter, who are here tonight too. You guys want to come up and just tell us a little bit about this wonderful, Bassett, I'm sorry, this wonderful opportunity.
Heritage is obviously a pretty brand-new building. For the last 15 years, I've been thinking, if we ever get into a new building, we need art, because I didn't think anyone was going to let me take a paintbrush to the walls of this new building, thankfully. And Mr. Bassett has a collection, which he has offered to us. We've also got two collections within the school. One that was a study of the African American history of Lynchburg, that's, I think, 74 portraits. And the other one was a project on Juneteenth, and we're going to enclose those within this other collection, get them framed, and use them as loaners to other schools within the system so that they can teach the history of Lynchburg from that African American point of view. It was just a story that needed to be told, and we tried to tell it. So what better place than someplace named Heritage? So Mr. Bassett is...
I'm Larry Bassett. I don't know most of you, and I apologize for that. I am going to, if you put your 3 minutes up there, I'll try to be quick. But I hope that you will know 3 minutes more about me, and that in the next coming period of time, you can find out as much about me as you want to know. First, you're looking at me, so you know a little bit about me right away. And I see that you have art on your wall. So the school board gets a big check by yes on art on the wall, because that's one of the first things that I always notice. I moved to Lynchburg a little over 16 years ago to live at Riverview's Art Space, and to be part of the downtown revitalization. Done with that job now, and so here I was amidst lots of artists. I met a lot of artists as my first friends in Lynchburg, and I said, "What can I do? I'm not an artist." And I said, "Well, artists like to sell their stuff." I call it stuff, it's a technical word, but they like to sell their stuff, so I can start buying some local art. So here I am standing today with probably about 200 pieces of contemporary local art that I've bought in the last dozen or more years. Most of it is actually out in local human service organizations. If you go out tonight after the meeting and look next door at the JDR courthouse in the outer lobby, it's usually lit up at night, and you can look in and you can see about 8 or 10 pieces of art on the wall there. So the art is out in the community. A lot of it is at Riverview's Art Space, which is where I live. And I'm thinking like, well, you know, in another 20 years, when I'm not around anymore, where is this art all going to be? And one of the things that any of you who have ever done any organizing or trying to get things together, you look for other people who get as excited as you are about something. And John, God, you know, he's a blessing. You know, he and I talked. We met because I talked with the person who does the art at Glass, and she pointed me at John, and John said, well, you know, he has a pretty clean mouth, so he said probably something I could repeat, but he was excited, and that's all I needed to know. So he and I have been talking about putting art at Heritage, and he said he also would like to think that the art students at Heritage could also curate the art so that some of it can stay out in the human service organizations around town. So to me, that's like, you know, dying and going to heaven. So that's what our goal is. So I'm here with a bag full of art, and I'm saying, please take it. I'm going to make it as easy for you as I can. If there's any of it you don't like, don't take it. But you won't find any. You know, I mean, all of my art is local. It is probably about 100 different local artists, and my favorite is big, bold, and abstract, but it's more than that. But it's pretty mostly pretty colorful stuff, a pretty wide range. No hay bales, sorry. Got a few crows, got a few pears. You know, you got to have pears in Lynchburg. But you know, so I'm saying, Lynchburg City Schools, take my art and let John and I and his committee make something of it and let people get it out there so people can see it. So, and if you want to talk to me about the art, my art is available. There's actually a bulletin board, a billboard down on 9th Street, down by Riverview's Art Space, which, you know, I'm always trying to promote local art. So there's a billboard with about 30 little pictures of local art and names of some of the local artists. And
some of this art is huge. There's a 16-foot by 5-foot canvas rolled up in a corner of my office right now that's got to be stretched. So we're going to have to build stretchers for that. That brings building trades into it because I don't nail or screw or any of that stuff with wood. I'll lose fingers if I try. We also, since we began talking, one of my earliest teachers out of Lynchburg College was a man named Doug Gillette, who ran the visual arts side of the Fine Arts Center. And he called me up one day. He said, I've seen these messages between you and Larry on Facebook. Do you want a painting? And I said, sure, what painting you got in mind? So he gave us a 5-foot tall, 4-foot wide painting that used to hang in the entranceway to Meredith Burda, which was later R.R. Donnelly. And it's called The Apprentice's First Proof. And the painting was themed on the idea of supporting the old European guild system of education within a print shop. So I used to work there. I was a photo retoucher out of college and had walked by this painting for years, every day. And so we've grown already by painting. The frame alone is probably $3,000 or $4,000. So, and that's sitting in my office too.
Yeah, we just want to put it up at Heritage, and we want you to say, what a terrific idea. Thank you. Thank you will be plenty. Oh, yeah, sure.
Dr. Brennan.
So I just want to say it's a great idea, and thank you so much for offering to do it. I did a little bit of homework by looking into this. To my fault, I did not realize that actually UC Glass had an art collection, which they've had for some time, and it's overseen by parents and students and staff there. And as they said, they pointed Mr. Bassett towards Mr. Rourke at Heritage because they felt this was a separate collection that would be valuable there. The other thing that I kind of realized as I looked into all this, as I was pointing out to the people at Glass, is that the art collection will be property of Lynchburg City Schools, which is really Lynchburg City School Board, that we will be the owners, and it will be housed at Heritage and taken care of there. And I think that as the fiduciary responsibility of the board, we just need to be sure that all our T's are crossed and I's are dotted. They actually have they have bylaws at Glass, I think you all have seen. They have a committee that forms it. They have a way that they handle it. In the proposal that Mr. Bassett has given us, there's some general guidelines from his lawyer that he's comfortable with, but I think we should make sure that all those pieces are in place before we pull the trigger on this, just so we do our own fiduciary responsibility to say, this is our property. If John Rourke is not here in 5 years, who is going to take care of this? What will the cost of it be? Things like that.
And there's a commitment, too, from the school board.
Exactly right, yeah. So
an important one.
This is a wonderful opportunity. It's a great thing. I'm all in favor of it, but I just think rather than acting on it tonight, we should take it for information and then maybe go the next time and ask John to come back with a little bit more meat on the proposal.
Further questions? Ms. Carter?
I'm one of the friends of EC Glass Art, and I was so excited to see this. And you don't really have to reinvent the wheel. Just call over there, and I'm sure they'll be willing to help you. And it was Mrs. White Jane White was the president.
Mrs. Nelson.
Nelson, okay.
Is
But
it?
that'll be
Heidi James.
Heidi
Yeah.
James, yes. I've got her name.
Oh,
so
good.
that'll be great. And I'm every time I go into Glass, I wonder how many students were like you, just pass by those paintings. But I always stop and just several of them I really like. But to be able to have this at Heritage, and I know Jenny Poore was talking about this, and we talked about starting one at Heritage, and so that'll be great. And I know that Mr. Harvey also. You have three members, three possible members of your Friends of Art.
Any other comments?
I think it's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Mr. Harvey?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you. I mean, this is awesome. And the part of it that excites me the most is the part that you mentioned about getting the students involved as the curators.
Yes.
We have a lot of students who are interested in the arts. And, when you say the arts, it just doesn't mean someone who paints or sculpts. It's someone involved in the whole industry. And this is an excellent opportunity to use as a teaching method. So I thank you for your generosity, and I thank you for your devotion to our students.
It's also a way for us, one of the things that when Mr. Bassett spoke to me the first time and he said, we're in these human services organizations, I can teach anybody to draw, and I can better your painting in an amount of time, but I can't teach empathy. That's the hard thing to pull out of them. So that's why we did the project on African American history. That's why we did the project on Juneteenth, was to get our students to think about the people who lived these lives and what these lives meant. So when he said human services, that's another way to teach empathy. We can ask them to imagine themselves in that location, having to go and maybe hear bad news from a doctor. What would make you feel better in that waiting room while you're waiting? What kind of art would you want to look at? So that was actually suggested by Dr. Glaze, our other art teacher. She immediately said, oh my gosh, we can teach them to curate shows. So,
Dr. Nilles?
Yeah, I want to thank Mr. Bassett for your generosity. I mean, this is a great opportunity for Heritage and the division as a whole, and Mr. Rourke for your support behind it. I concur with Dr. Brennan. I would like to see a little more formal what the agreement is and obligations are. I mean, I think we're all in favor of it.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. So,
before
we sign up, thank you.
I'll hold it for you. You're first in line.
And I would, too, like to echo the comments from the board. I've been a fan of your art students and their presentations, as you well know, and I'm particularly excited to have the opportunity to grow the collection at Heritage High School. I from being at Glass. It is a value for the students and the community, and for it to have meaning and some history about who the artists are and that. So thank you so much. This is a wonderful gift. And I have had a recommendation, a second, that you come back with some more meat, and then we'll be ready to go. Is there any further discussion? So it was for action tonight, but there's been a motion that we get some more information about how this process lays out, so that we can be responsible board members and make sure that we're in place to give you the support that you need to do all these things. Right, so we have a motion and a second. Everybody want to vote on that motion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? So we'll look forward to hearing from you with more information, but thank you so much. And for waiting 4 hours.
It was fast.
It was worth it. All right, the next takes us to a discussion regarding policy review by board and work groups. And this is just for a brief discussion about how this board works. And I think Ms. Meservey gave us a handout with some policies on it about when we started, that all policy reviews go through, it's 2 pages right here. Right here. That we started going through VSBA policy review and LCA policy review of policy and changes, and there was some questions raised about whether or not we wanted to separate out VSBA policies as opposed to Lynchburg City School policies. Lynchburg City School policies usually have a lot of history, a lot of information associated with it. So I'm just bringing this to you tonight for a framework for further discussion. Any comments, Ms. Carter?
So would the board do start with one policy and the work group start with another set of policies, or how would that look?
The policy adoption, one deals with VSBA and the other deals with policies that are with the board. The policy with VSBA was implemented in 2019 was to eliminate lag time between receipt of a new or revised policy and its implementation. That was from policies that are with VSBA, with their language. The other one deals with, here, you can look at it. The policies. It's somewhere in this pile, but
So that means that we will all look at them, or
no,
would
the
it be done
VSBA
differently?
policy would go to the proposal or discussion is that language that comes from VSBA is usually not to delay lag time, but to go ahead and look at it in the work group and see if we can fit it in with our policy. But policies that involve Lynchburg City School policies that are specific to Lynchburg City Schools be a discussion or brought to the full board. And you don't have to answer that tonight. I just want to get it in front of you.
And if I'm understanding, this is what something that Dr. Nellis brought to our attention. Correct?
Yes.
I'm in favor of that. So,
Yeah, it was just that the VSB policy upgrades usually are legislatively driven, so those are pretty straightforward, but the LCS specific ones usually are more involved. And I think this gives everybody on the board a chance to have input.
Or to hear.
And to hear the rationale, and so everybody hears the same thing at the same time and can have a good discussion. I mean, there's 9 of us as opposed to 2 that would be in a working group.
Yeah.
And
So the working groups would not tackle the Lynchburg ones?
right.
At all? So, but when you're saying to give summary, you mean that's coming from somebody else,
Yes.
not the work group?
This is not for action. It's just to get put before you tonight for consideration and thought, and we'll bring it back. But if you have any questions or comments or thoughts, if you would send them to Christy, and she will keep a record of it, so Ms. Meservey, so that we can have that discussion.
I think that could take out a lot of frustration.
Absolutely. I think that's a good point. Okay, now that moves us to Lynchburg City School Board am I right? J3, This is for information tonight and action at 3/3, our March meeting. It is Dr. Coleman.
What I have is the next group of policies from the policy group, from the policy work group. The majority of these are BSBA policies that would replace older policies or older regs that we already had in place. And the feeling of the group was that that those did meet the needs that we had, and that the VSBA policy that was there was adequate. A couple of things to point out. IKC-RZ, grading and student evaluation, that's a regulation. There's the IKC policy is VSBA is a very general policy that basically the teachers are responsible for providing grades. The regulation that we have existing, what we did as a group was look at the regulation, which was the old R6-58.1.2 and .3, and just lift that language directly from that and use it to create the reg that would be more along the lines of what the way VSBA would do it in the naming convention. The only change that we thought for that particular one, two things, really was the weighting of classes is described in that, and the way we've done some of the other things was to refer it back to a website, and that's what we did with that, was to refer it back to link it to our, it escapes me. We approve them every year. It's got all the courses listed in it. Student, thank you. And it's in my notes right in front of me. Was to refer it to the program of studies, because it very specifically names out every course we have and the weighting. So there's no question. It was a bit confusing the way it was because it was in a chart and it wasn't helpful. The other thing was having met with guidance and with principals and a team with that was to allow seniors to take their exams a little earlier, within about a week earlier, just because of graduation requirements and the need to do calculations. And you have situations where you've got a senior that's down to the day before graduation having to pass an exam to be able to graduate, and that's a miserable place to be.
I would agree.
And they really felt very strongly about that, and whatever they needed to do to make that happen, scheduling wise or anything else, they were all in for doing that, to be able to, and to have some extra time too if you needed to provide some extra opportunity for children to meet graduation requirements. Maybe there's an SOL verified credit that they have to earn that they need to be focusing on. Maybe there's another barrier. So all that kind of came into that. They'd like to be able to add that, but otherwise the existing reg is the same.
We also talked about during that time, and you had brought it up, which I still think is a brilliant idea, that the senior class have a service project that last week of school, because they'll already have taken their exams. So kind of it's like, what's the pool to come to school the last few days as we were talking, just trying to figure that out. But coming up with different activities like that,
right,
we thought would be really smart.
And a number of seniors don't have exams because they're either taking AP test or dual enrollment, or they've met the senior exemption. And so it would be not as many students as.
Well, the dual enrollment takes exams.
But they take that because it's a requirement, but they don't have to follow the exam schedule. They could do it at a different time. They do.
Mine didn't. We went with the exam schedule. But anyway, this is a nice way to give the teachers time if something goes awry to fix it before it being the last day of school. And it does have a great opportunity for the kids to do some neat things at the end of the year.
I think that's great.
And we did have a really good schedule of different activities that they wanted to do from both schools. So I was happy with that.
Questions? If you have questions, just send them in ahead of time so that we can get answers before we get to the meeting. This is for action in March.
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
J4, Lynchburg City School Board Operations Policies and Regulations.
On January 13th, the Operations Policy Working Group with Ms. Morrison standing in for Dr. Brennan as he was pounding the pavement in Richmond that day. met to look at policies that had been converted back in 2014. They basically fell out in two different groups, those policies that needed no changes, excuse me, and then the second grouping were those that might have had VSBA changes or changes that we need to make. It's now part of the policy process that once things hits 4 to 5 years of age, then we want to take another look at it and make sure that everything's still good. So from the policies that I oversee, this is the first instance of that. Dr. Edwards had previously done policies in sections A, B, and C. So we're continuing to move forward to get our policy manual as current as possible. There were really no contentious issues in this group. There was one or two that I'll send to Ms. Towns for her to take a look at, but they're not in this group tonight. So.
Dr. Brennan?
One question on file KBR that talks about news media. It refers to an official public information officer. Do we have that person, or do we need a person with that title that's referred to in the policy?
That is Miss Cindy Babb.
Well, she's listed on the website as being Director of Communications, not the public official, not the Officer of Public Information.
So the policy title doesn't.
Right.
Right. Title is.
Right.
Good point.
Yeah.
It's just a regulation that's local to us. And every time that somebody has looked at it, this is the first time that we've gotten that question. So from my perspective, I refer to her as the Public Information Officer. The tasks and duties that she does are those of the Public Information Officer.
The question is her title does not, if she's going to be the Public Information Officer, should that be her title? Or if we're going to call her Director of Communications, should that be what's reflected in the regulation?
The Director of Communications is the PRO, Public Relations Officer of Public Information Officer.
In the past, there was a Public Information Officer, which Trinae Tweedy, I think, was the last one in the list of it. And there was one before that who actually would respond to issues that came up directly related to public concerns or crises or things like this. I think currently it goes through, some of this go through the administration as far as when a crisis comes up.
So like in my school, we have Director of Communication, and he takes care of all the media inquiries, every crisis, but then he reaches out to people with information needed. So maybe the president, the provost, but it's the Director of Communication who's the center point.
And I don't want to drag out. I mean, my only question is, since it says in the policy that we have that person, do we need that person, or is it okay just to leave it as it is without someone with that title? That's my only question, and we can think about it and talk about it next meeting.
Okay. Any other questions, Ms. Dari?
Yeah, I just remind that this is where KNA falls under, the he, she.
Correct, and the he, she's were actually VSBA changes.
Yeah.
Dr. Brennan, I just pulled up our website, and it has Cindy Babb listed as the Coordinator of Communications.
Yeah, right.
I just from my perspective, I don't think the title of what's in the policy nor the title of the individual binds us in any way. They are commonly used terms that interchangeably in organizations.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't have any argument. I just had a question as far as that.
If the board has a specific desire, let me know and we'll change it.
I do not have a specific desire.
Okay.
Thank you.
I understand we put this on the consent agenda for next meeting.
Is there a second? It's been moved and second.
And that's just to reiterate, if anybody has an objection in the meantime,
pull it.
we can pull it off. So it's just,
I think that we do need to review some of these because some of them are ones that we've made comments about tonight. I just concerned about putting it on the consent agenda and
This set
Mhm.
that he's talking about?
because this is exactly the one that I was referring to with the he, she, which comes straight from from the Virginia School Board. piece. So
Should we really be pulling them if we haven't even passed another changing?
well, that's what we're saying. The motion is to put it on the consent
But I thought it
agenda.
was just his set.
It is for this set right here, but,
Right.
so
Not
we,
the earlier set.
we have a motion and a second.
But his set is the one that I'm talking about. KNA is the one that has the he, she on it.
Okay, so.
And that's part of his set that we're talking about putting on the consent agenda. So that's,
Confused. I just guess I'm not understanding. That's okay.
We haven't had any discussion. I think the confusion is that we have not had a discussion about he, she, they, them. So until we do that, we need to continue with the language that's what I'm hearing. So we have a motion and a second. So is there any further discussion? We'll call for a vote. All in favor to put this on consent agenda? Say aye.
Aye.
Raise your hands because I can't see it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, 5. All opposed? 4. Okay, so it'll go on the consent agenda.
I'm not sure it can, because anybody can object and pull it off the consent agenda.
But maybe people need time to look at it, and then if they need to pull it at the beginning of the meeting, we can do that. We've done that before.
Yeah.
Is that agreeable? All right, that takes us to a simple one. A roof is a simple topic.
I'm starting to take it personally as I seem to have the last agenda items at all board meetings.
Oh, you're not last. We've got another page.
That's mine too. So it's that time of the year where we start setting up projects for summer work. Roofs are the first thing we try to schedule. The first roof is Heritage Elementary School, $600,000 set aside to do the construction phase. Lowest bid came in at $559,900. This is a roofer that we worked with before. They've done several projects. So it's for information. Tonight, action on March the 3rd.
I had a question from a community person about why this was part of our capital improvement plan.
Yes, ma'am. I'm
and it's
sorry,
scheduled because of the rotation and the condition of the roof at this school.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Thompson and Mr. Gatsky maintain our roof rotation schedule. So they might move things up a year or back a year based off of what the condition might be.
I just wanted to make sure I answered it correctly.
It is a capital improvement project that was funded last year from City Council.
Okay. Question?
I know we go for the cheapest is not the right word, the most economical bid, the lowest bid. But do we encourage local businesses even if when there's $5,000-$10,000 difference?
Well, actually, the next one is a local
Yeah,
business.
next one is a local one. The first one is an outsider one. So there was like a $10,000 difference between the two.
I guess that would be a question for purchasing. When you put out a lowest bid type request for proposals,
You don't have any
you have to have significant justification to bypass the lowest bid. Beyond that, I'd want purchasing to chime in on it. But two things I look for in bids like this. I look for the range of the bids and the quality of the bidders. For roof projects, we had 8 to 10 roofers that showed up for the pre-bid meetings, which is huge. We've never seen that amount, and the comments that we got from the roofers were, our timing on this is perfect. These are the first roof bids they're putting together for the summer work. So for me, local is good, but quality is more important, and we have a relationship with this roofer, and we feel confident that they can give us the product we need at Heritage Elementary
We're
School.
doing two roofs. One is done by a local guy and one is a Roanoke company.
I actually think AAR is out of Greensboro, North Carolina.
North Carolina.
Yes, sir.
So it means the local has a quality contract because we are doing one roof through the local.
Yes. But they didn't provide the lowest bid, or
Yes, there was $10,000 or $15,000. I'm just buy local is.
Right. Okay, this is for action.
it's for information tonight and action at the next board meeting.
You want action today or?
I'd love it.
Well,
Can we vote on both at the same time?
They're individual items, so
Okay,
I
so we can't.
don't know that you
All
can.
right, there's been a motion to approve the agenda item for the roof of Heritage Elementary School to AAR Roofing and Sheet Metal Company out of North Carolina. Is there a second? Ms. Carter, any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Got that one.
Thank you very much. The next one is Robert S. Payne's elementary school roof. R.S. Payne is a high building. It's a little bit more complex. This is a CIP project. This price came in a little bit higher than we thought it would. We had $375,000 set aside for it. Not too concerned about the $462,484 from Craftsman Roofing, because there's currently approximately $36,000 in the roof contingency fund, and there's approximately $145,000 left in capital improvement contingency, and there's several $100,000 left over from the work we did in this building that we will flow to contingency. So there's adequate funding in the contingency reserves of the CIP to do the R.S. Payne roof, and that is a local company, Craftsman Roofing.
Questions? Okay. Is there Right, so there's a motion that we approve the replacement of the Robert S. Payne Elementary School roof, and that there's money to pay for the additional cost, as Dr. Copeland said. All right, so Dr. Gupta made the motion. Ms. Carter second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Thank you again.
Okay. That takes us to the end of new business, and it goes to capital improvement again. Superintendent's comments.
Parent advisory and personnel advisory are meeting next week, so no report from there. And I just want to wish everybody a happy Black History Month as we kick off the month of February. There are many things happening in our schools. I know that this morning, DESI had their kickoff assembly, and they had Ronald Coles do an MLK interpretation and assembly, and some VUL students were actually there as well. I do have a list of some things that are occurring in the schools. What I would like to do is just include that in our goalposts, so that you have some things are open to the public, some things we have our school projects and student work that are going on, but there is a lot happening and our children are celebrating and excited about that.
I would appreciate that. I think we all would.
Yes, and thank you to Ms. Reeves for helping me gather a whole bunch of stuff. So. Oh, sorry.
That's it?
I was like, no. I'm really tired. It's very late. I did have my report up all night long. Just a couple thank yous for folks who've been in and out of our schools and celebrating with us. Did get to go to one of the bike presentations. That's always really nice. And the young lady that I presented to, her face was just priceless. So she was like, me. So it's just a wonderful feeling, and it reminds us of why we are here. Since the last meeting, having attended Martin Luther King celebrations and speaking as well, always enjoy the opportunity to do that. I did not get to go to the one at the city because I was speaking somewhere else, but I heard that was excellent as well as our students doing a wonderful job there. Probably one of the most favorite things I did since the last board meeting was go to lunch detention and have lunch detention with some students at Heritage. So just always fun just to talk to them and just meet them where they are and have some real conversation. So I definitely enjoy that. We did celebrate the retirement of Mr. Vanderwerker. We do miss him, but it was a nice celebration. Thank you to everybody who came to celebrate with us. I did attend the BCIC meeting that we had. I'm on that committee, and we are having them meet with us on Thursday, Friday, February 6th. They're coming to EC Glass to work with EC Glass administration and team. So we have a full day of work there. I did get to go to Roanoke and participate on the Aspiring Superintendent's panel, which is a panel run through Virginia Tech. For people who aspire to be superintendents. And it's a nice panel of superintendents, Mayor of Roanoke, other board members, just to really talk about school board relations was the topic that we discussed. And it is mid-year, so we are conducting all of our mid-year conferences with my principals, and a lot of what Dr. Coleman talked about in terms of individual school goals and looking at gap groups, and we had lots of rich discussion about work that we're doing with students with disabilities. So I just wanted to let you know that that continues as well. So, and just looking forward to the next couple of days and really getting back out there and seeing some of the wonderful things that our kids are doing and checking out a lot. So I'm clearing my calendar if you want to meet with me. I'm trying to go to some of these things so that I can see some of the things that our kids are doing.
Maybe you could send that before this weekend.
That's
because
right.
if things are going on this week, we might
Yeah,
miss
there
some.
are. I will try to send some stuff out. So.
Still have something working up here. All right, thank you. Board comments.
I'll go be really fast. I'm just going to say Bob and I attended the PTO meeting at EC Glass that they have started a PTO for the first time in a while. And I just wanted to tell Jenna Haskey she did a great job, and I think it's going to be super helpful.
Great. Any other board comments? Dr. Brennan?
I just want to thank Ms. Evans for inviting everyone to participate in the Lighten Up Lynchburg fun run, and I'll be out of town, but I want to thank Dr. Coleman for running in my place. I know he's training every day.
I agreed to walk.
I think everybody did except Dr. Nellis. So we'll all just have to put some pressure on. I don't think I've heard from you yet.
Thank you. Any other comments? Mr. Harvey?
Yeah, I will forego, based on the length of the meeting, shout out to a group, but I did want to thank Christy and Hope and Denise and Barbara for all their support to the school board that they provide us. I mean, you know, this month is School Board Appreciation Month, but the reality is these folks behind the scenes are the ones who really help us do our jobs. Also want to have a shout out to Sandusky Middle, thanking them for the artwork, and also to T.C. Miller
Bedford
for the
Hills.
artwork that they provided as well. So,
I would just say briefly, when I was walking in the door tonight, I was arriving from Washington from the National Advocacy Institute. It was phenomenal, and I sent you something by way of your text. It's a good survey to look at and a couple of other items. And at the February 24th meeting, I'll give a full report, Bob. But Congressman Klein would like to meet with us in the middle of February.
Ooh.
So,
Okay, and I would remind the board that we have quarterly meetings on Friday and Monday with Dr. Edwards, that there's no discipline committee meeting this Thursday. I think I read that right. Next school board work session is scheduled for Tuesday, February 18th at 5 p.m. in the boardroom, the administration building. Next school board meeting will be held on Tuesday, March 3rd at 5 p.m. in the boardroom. We are adjourned.